Morning, David. Assalamualaikum. Are you already in? Not yet. Wait a minute. Yes. Good morning, distinguished participants. How is it going? You all in your place over there? Okay, nice. Okay, no answer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all our speaker and participant in this international conference for the second day. Thank you for being here. I hope you always have good condition and spirit vibes.
Today, November 22, 2022 is the second day of the International Conference on Sustainability Science and Development Innovation 2022, live from the ZHM Premier Hotel Padang, West Sumatra, Indonesia. We back again to hosting you. I am Rizky Junandosandi and my partner,
Amelia Fortuna, will be your master of ceremony. Payokumbuah batu basure, lalu kanagari limo koto. Kok jauh balayangan sore, kok dake babau kancarano.
lah tabang balam jo barabah, balam tabang barabah mandi. Ambo unjuan salam jo sambah, sambah ta unjua ka urang rami. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Director of Graduate School of Universitas Andalas, Professor Dr. Rers Fendi.
Also, we would like to recognize Honorable Organizing Committee for this international conference, Mrs. Hasnah, PhD. Also, the Honorable Vice Director of Graduate School, Associate Professor and Lecturers of Universitas Andalas.
We would like to thank our keynote speaker for their valuable time and sharing in second day of international conference.
We would like to recognize our keynote speakers for their valuable time. The Honorable Mr. David Elijah Bell, PhD, MPH from Niagara University, New York, United States of America. Good morning, Mr. Selamat pagi from Indonesia.
The Honorable Dr. Takamasa Osawang from Kanazawa University, Japan. Ohayo gozaimashita, Doctor from Padang, Indonesia.
Welcome to the global participant to this event in Padang, the beloved city. We are very pleased to welcome all of the participants to this conference presented by Graduate School of Universitas Andalas.
Have a good time, dear ladies and gentlemen from Padang, West Sumatra, Indonesia.
Graduate School of Universitas Andalas proudly present the International Conference on Sustainability Science and Development Innovation 2022 with the theme Accelerating Post-COVID-19 Recovery Development Towards SDGs.
Praise be to the Lord, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been given us mercy, guidance, happiness, and health in this morning. Salawat and greeting, we pray to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next agenda is plenary 3 with the amazing invited speakers. Before that, please welcome our amazing director of Graduate School of Universitas Andalas and also being our moderator today, Professor Dr. Rersos Nursirwan Effendi. Time is yours.
Thank you, Master Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the International Conference of Graduate School of Andalas University. I would like to greet our invited speakers. Good night, David Elijah Bell in USA. How are you? How is it going in USA?
It is very good. It's very cold here.
Very
My
cold,
city of
huh?
Buffalo just got a lot of snow, so I'm
Oh.
jealous of your warm weather.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay, thank you, David. And the second invited speaker, Takamasa Ozawa.
Hi,
Hi, selamat pagi, good morning, Ozawa.
Poggy Pop.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we are very glad this morning for having two invited distinguished speakers far away from us, but we are very close here because of the Zoom link. This is our bless that that technology make us easier to make this communication. Over there, our speaker in USA and another globe is Ozawa in Japan, and here in Padang in West Sumatra, we are having this conference. This is very amazing encounter in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a plenary session and the second day of the international conference. And our time today, we start at 9 o'clock until 11 o'clock in Western Indonesian time. So in David, maybe in 11 night in the USA, no problem. You prepare your coffee right now, I think. And also Ozawa for the lunch, because it would be 11 o'clock now in Japan, and then would be the time will be over at 12 o'clock at day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the presentation, the first would be from David Elijah Bell, and the second will be presented by Takamasa Ozawa. Before we start with the presentation of David, we would like to introduce him by giving the screen of David curriculum vitae. Okay, right. Please, the committee, could you share the curriculum vitae from the invited speaker, David Elijah Bell? Right. David Elijah Bell, PhD, MPH, is actually an anthropologist and public health expertise. Now he is affiliated at Public Health Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for Genesee and Orleans counties. His education, PhD in Cultural Anthropology at Department of Anthropology, Sunny University at Buffalo, and Master in Public Health in Emergency Preparedness and International Health at the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatics, Case Western Reserve University, and also Master of Art in Medical Anthropology and Global Health at Department of Anthropology, Case Western Reserve University. And in a bachelor degree in anthropology and Spanish with pre-medical studies and Vanderbilt University. Currently, he is a adjunct professor of public health for Niagara University and the emergency preparedness coordinator for the Genesee and Orleans County Health Department in Western New York. His presentation would be the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic in the USA, further developments needed for public health, emergency preparedness as a discipline and practice. Ladies and gentlemen, we will give time for David to present his paper, and I will give you up to 30 minutes for presentation. David, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nusirwan Effendi. Give me 1 second and I will share my slides here.
We can also help you to operate the slides from over here. Are you going to do yourself or we help you here?
Let me try first.
Oh, okay, right, please.
Okay, hopefully that's visible for everyone.
Yes,
thank you again
we
for the
can
very
see
warm,
screen.
excellent. Thank you again for the very warm introduction, and very happy to be here with everyone this morning, or for me tonight. So the topic that I'll be discussing at the moment is lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic in the USA. Many of us are already speaking of a post-COVID world, despite the fact that many of us are still struggling with this pandemic in different ways. But due to a mix of increased natural immunity, vaccines, less virulent strains, the toll is less severe. And we're beginning to look at some of the lessons learned in different ways, looking at different disciplines and what we've gotten out of this very long experience. So that's what this project is trying to do, assemble some of the lessons learned from public health emergency preparedness. I would like to emphasize that this is my experience based off of work and residence in the US, specifically in the state of New York. As we'll get to in this talk, there were a lot of differences in different states and some reasons behind that. So we'll be discussing that. I do also want to acknowledge that this can be a challenging and difficult topic, requiring many of us to look back and kind of critically evaluate what we've been through. So I tried to pick a calming background. I don't know if that helps or not. In fact, I invite all of you to take a deep breath, take a moment of peace, and reflect on what we've all been through. What lessons have you learned? I would also like to remember the suffering of so many during this pandemic, as well as ongoing disasters such as the earthquake this morning that happened very recently in West Java. This presentation is built on collaborations between public health practice and academic institutions, specifically those named here, with a very important place for international collaboration. So I particularly would like to thank Dr. Nusirwan Effendi and the organizers of this conference for my participation. It has already been a very rewarding experience. I'm grateful for the institutions that allowed me to have a very active firsthand role in COVID pandemic response. For those of you wondering where I currently am, that's the state of New York in the upper right corner in the Northeast United States. And I'm where that red dot is. I'm part of a shared service health department. So it's actually that county and the county below it. And Niagara University is just to the left of that red dot. So in the US, health departments are maintained at local county levels. Each of those divisions is a county, and at state levels. Some of the smaller states only have a state health department, but most states have county health departments as local health departments, and then a larger state. And that's all in addition to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, that's maintained at the federal level. Sorry, I just jumped ahead. This is just a little bit of my background. I don't want to dwell on it too much. You already had it from the earlier introduction. That in black is kind of my earlier work, my background, and below in white is what I've been doing more recently. But I just wanted to point out that I started my graduate education professional background at a time of great change in my country in terms of public health emergency preparedness. It was really the start of public health emergency preparedness in earnest. So this all really began after the attacks of September 11th, 2001, development of the Department of Homeland Security, and the development of public health emergency preparedness infrastructure. So I was fortunate enough to be working in Cleveland, Ohio, and developing one of the first interagency disaster response plans there. Later in the city of Buffalo. After that, I was fortunate enough to be teaching in a university that allowed me to develop public health programs with an emphasis on emergency preparedness. And then just prior to the beginning of the pandemic, I switched over into public health practice as a preparedness coordinator and was very active and busy during COVID response. I also teach for Niagara University and am hoping to develop similar public health programs as we did at St. John Fisher in Rochester. So I have a passion for collaboration between public health practice and academic institutions and developing new programs, especially related to emergency preparedness. If there's one slide that I'm going to emphasize and kind of read to you, it's this one. This is kind of summarizing my talk, the main objectives, and what I personally got out of the past 2.5 years. So these are my 10 lessons. I will say that I showed a friend this talk earlier, and they said, well, why couldn't you just keep it to 3 lessons? I'm sorry, you have 10. Bear with me. So first, these are kind of a distillation of my experiences, my reflections. Disasters are local, and that includes global pandemics. Number 2, when the resource demand is high, you get increased fragmentation. So the localization or the sense of localization becomes more severe. If there's a sense of public panic, that will create more demand on resources as a result of resource hoarding. We saw that in the US, even though we have many resources. And the beginning of the pandemic, grocery stores were empty, basically as a result of panic. Misinformation should be expected during times of emergency, and they should be expected on many diverse platforms. Different agendas between different levels of government or different regions, local or national. If they are not matching, that will increase tensions. In absence of a strong national agenda, the local or regional ones will take precedence. This was kind of a shock in the US, as I will get into. In public health, we always juggle a gap between policy and implementation, but that should be expected to widen with disaster. And the measures we take to mitigate, to respond, are really only as good as we're able to implement them. Adequate relief should be expected after peak need for a few different reasons. Future preparedness must be part of our current relief efforts for any given emergency. And finally, global disasters require global collaboration. If you missed all of that, I have it distilled into principles. So this is kind of the short version of the same thing, just trying to look at the key concepts. So what really kind of gets me, the point behind this talk, is the fact that most of these things we already knew. So I know I'm trying to develop a lessons learned and get things out of it, but these are just, especially these references I picked, there's many more that could go here. I'll describe them later in the talk, but they're really kind of from my core education, kind of my favorites in terms of emergency preparedness and disaster management, especially drawing from medical anthropology. So all of this stuff was in the back of our minds, many of us working public health emergency preparedness. These are all older publications. And most of these concepts, these principles should have been things we were familiar with. So what happened? Why were we so taken off guard, so not prepared? Why are we still struggling to come up with what lessons we should take out of this? I'd like to go through these steps one at a time. So I have just these 10 principles, and I have them matched with a few of these articles, books, these resources. And I like kind of drawing from a few quotes that really emphasize the point. Where you see the yellow, that's aspects that were surprising to me that really stood out that I was not expecting during COVID response. So this idea that all disasters are local, that was actually part of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA's development of a think tank to improve emergency response. This was taken from the deputy director and continues to be an important part of FEMA private sector outreach. All disasters are local, meaning we need you, private, academic institutions, everyone to help out. So what we saw during COVID was, with everyone dealing with COVID response, the usual support networks and larger intervention that we may get under normal disaster circumstances really didn't happen. What support we did get was supplemental to local efforts, and smaller or rural counties, such as the one that I reside in, got very little help until later on. When we did get help, such as with vaccine clinics, it was often in competition with the local responses as opposed to being supportive. So it was very challenging, and we felt very separated, very localized, very much alone during much of the response. This quote is, these are famous medical anthropologists that emphasize the role of political economy, in this case, for the production experience of disease or disaster. Disaster has often been defined not only as being local, but as being occurring specifically when resources are overwhelmed. So again, a disaster can be defined as the point when resources are overwhelmed. So this is a perspective consistent with a kind of critical theorist or critical medical anthropologist to emphasize the experience and occurrence of suffering within political economic context. So obviously, many aspects of supply were not in sufficient order, not for many parts of the world, even in the US, where we have lots of these things. We didn't have appropriate protective, personal protective equipment, PPE, respirators in our hospitals or other healthcare services. All of that kind of led to worse outcomes. The part that really shocked me and I found very difficult was seeing how much competition existed over these resources and arguments of who should have them when. And that's the part where power plays in, as opposed to just kind of economy and resources. So moving, I'm going to go fairly quick through these principles because I want to try to get something out of them. But I enjoy going through them and kind of thinking them. So the quote I want to share from you related to the anxiety that we saw with resource hoarding in my counties, my area at the very beginning of the pandemic. It was really due to the incredible uncertainties. And this quote from another disaster anthropologist says, in the framework of global change, disasters play the role of the canary in the mine for all humankind. Meaning when there's a problem, that's when it really becomes apparent. And disasters reveal the gap, the discrepancy between what's needed and what exists. So there are obviously many uncertainties, many anxieties at the beginning of the pandemic. We learned that the pandemic is very difficult to control. Anything that's respiratory, highly contagious, and so on. And we already talked about the resource difficulties related to supply chains and inadequate inventories. But as people felt anxieties, uncertainties, and had aspects of panic, hoarding made the resource demand much worse. And by hoarding, I mean supplying more than you need, gathering together more than you need, just in case you couldn't get it later. For the next one, this is related to distrust and misinformation. I think this was seen all over the globe in many different ways, many forms of social media. And this is a very interesting theorist that I want to connect with this idea. I'm trying to analyze, some of these experiences with, these previous theorists. So Robert Payne in 2002 wrote The Danger of the No Risk Thesis that basically talks about circumstances where people do not recognize danger and basically deny the possibility of risk. Even though this isn't always a wise decision, and he evaluated in the context of people negating risk, usually to their great harm or even destruction, and we could see that in many cases. In the U.S., it was very as vaccines became available for COVID-19, we had a lot of resistance. A lot of people saying no, it was bad, it was unhealthy to get vaccines, and it made it much more difficult. And I personally knew a lot of people who suffered with COVID because they were hesitant to get vaccines. So we know that misinformation spreads largely try to distrust and discontent. That much is stated. But if we look at kind of the social science behind it, when people are uncertain or unscared, the idea that you have some control over how you view risk, it's regaining some control for the individual. Maybe not in a safe or effective way, but it's some way to understand it. Other lessons we really need to take away is that misinformation spreads much faster than evidence-based science or evidence-based information. We tried to counter misinformation at the health department level and failed horribly. And part of that is the speed of misinformation. The other part is that misinformation cannot be effectively countered by evidence-based information. It needs to be countered in a different way. Misinformation does not look at the role of data, science, statistics, and evidence. It's really about something different. So the ways that we kind of confront that, understand it, and manage it is really an ongoing challenge. In terms of differing response agendas, so this was seen at different levels. And the thought that I connected to this, Peter Sandman reshaped our understanding of risk. The traditional idea of risk means how likely something is happening, as likely it is to happen, with how severe it is. Those are the two main components. Peter Sandman, going way back to the 1980s, said, no, there's another factor. How much the public is concerned about the threat has to be taken into consideration. That's an essential part of how risk should be understood. And he developed a whole bunch of what he considered outrage factors relating to kind of psychological components of how much you are in control, how familiar, and so on. I think this is important to consider, given that especially when so much control went to these small county levels to manage the pandemic in different ways, some counties, some areas are much more proactive than others. Some were more willing to tolerate certain levels of risk or high cases, and that affected how we went about dealing with policies such as enforcement of isolation, quarantine, or social distancing and masking. And that variation made things very challenging. Contested authorities. So this goes to the idea of when there wasn't a very strong federal role, the CDC role, the states were much more proactive. And this was seen in some states more than others. My state was particularly proactive in New York. And a lot of that has to do with New York City, the largest city in New York, being hit very hard early on, and the top government position in the state, the governor having a very kind of active role. But the thing I want to kind of point out and think behind it related to this is how we think about uncertainty and the certainty of data and numbers. We know that, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a lot of uncertainty and people dealt with it differently. I think this is one of the reasons our federal CDC was often not very quick to give answers and guidance. It was one of the frustrations that many people felt in my country at different local and state levels, expecting more CDC advice and proactiveness. And it was difficult at the time dealing with uncertainty, whereas many states took a very proactive role in different ways, and therefore kind of went in many different directions. There's a strong desire to respond to disasters almost everywhere, but how we do it is challenging and difficult. So the gap between policy, how we go about ideal conditions, and implementation of those ideas is always important and very challenging. and especially in the context of disasters. In terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, what we saw in my health department experience was when the policy was not realistic related to social distancing or isolation or quarantine or even vaccine schedules, it became very difficult to carry it out and implement it at our local levels, and almost impossible to enforce. We made many kind of threats about what would happen if people broke quarantine isolation. We threatened businesses that did not follow social distancing, but at the end, all it was threats. It was very difficult to follow through with anything more. I want to end now. We're getting into the idea of preparedness and risk. Risk can be thought of as a different way, but it's almost always connected to ideas of vulnerability. This quote, the risks involved in disaster must be connected with the vulnerability created for many people through their normal existence. So that vulnerability already exists. As disaster hits, it's drawing upon this vulnerability, building up to a significant level, which means that whenever relief happens, it's usually after the fact or after there's been excessive need building up. And this certainly was consistent with our experience where the funding, the federal support, the extra staffing support, and even the material needs we needed to respond to the pandemic were usually much later than expected, or kind of the peak needs. It was usually when things were subsiding, then we got a lot of the help that we were expecting and hoping for. This can be thought of in kind of a slightly different way. So basically, as we start looking towards the future, those of us in public health emergency preparedness know that we plan for the disaster that's not here yet, that we use the relief, the grants, the grant funding that we get, the support that we get at this time to basically plan for whatever the next unknown public health emergency is. And that's challenging since there's huge differences in what we could see next. To end this quick section and get to my analysis and overview, I think it's really important to keep this kind of global perspective in mind, that global disasters require global collaboration. Our success or failure to a large extent defines the survival of many people around the world. And I believe that this is kind of the goal, the essence behind the Sustainable Development Goals that WHO put forth in 2015. And if you're looking for other lessons learned, these are just some from my personal experience, but there's many others in many other contexts. I recently saw at the American Public Health Association a very well put together by the Global Health Center for Global Health Innovation, using lessons learned from smallpox eradication to improve COVID-19 pandemic management. So that's the website address and the lessons from this particular agency. And there's many others going about this process. So the first thing I want to say is it's a very important process right now, and it's my hope to hear voices from others on this topic and receive other experiences. But I want to briefly share my conclusions and analysis related to all this. So these 10 steps, in my mind, they really kind of resemble a pattern, a cycle. And here you can see the black print kind of above the water, so to speak. Those are more visible. The idea of kind of things being local, the misinformation, the resource limitations, that's very much visible. What people don't see are the different agendas, authorities, what goes on in public health agencies and departments as part of the response. So it's kind of the public interaction on top and the responder work below in white. And I think there's important things to get out of it, viewing this as a cycle. So again, kind of public awareness and media, public health practice, and global science and academia that kind of is able to give it a push to reassess as we go along. So getting back to our initial question of why weren't we more prepared for this particular pandemic. And maybe others were, but I know that based off of my experience, I had a lot of experience going into the pandemic. I felt that I was not. This is what I have to share for you. It's in the title of the talk. There's certainly more we can get into in discussion, but the subtitle, Further Developments Needed for Public Health Emergency Preparedness as a Discipline and Practice. What does that mean? Public health emergency preparedness really grew out of disaster response work related to emergency management that kind of meshed with public health science and principles, and I think has been really enhanced by social science. And I think for public health emergency preparedness to do more what it's supposed to do and have the impact it's supposed to have, it has to grow both as an academic discipline and as a subdivision within public health practice and health departments. It used to be that many local health departments would have just one person doing what I do, and now it's usually teams of people working together. But the goal is to be less reactive to events and disasters and more proactive and strategic. I want to, as I kind of work to a close here, glance over some of the important history. And since I've given you so many quotes, here's another one from a very famous American poet. If you don't know where if you've come from, you don't know where you're going. And all of this is really to say that there are very specific shifts that have occurred in public health emergency preparedness over the years, going back to the 1970s, 80s, to the events of September 11th. There's a dramatic shift from natural disasters to Cold War threats to terrorism in 2001. And even though many people in public health preparedness were saying, hey, we really need to worry about pandemics, even though there were contagious infectious diseases to worry about, there hasn't been a fundamental shift in how we think about public health preparedness in the US really until the beginning of the COVID pandemic. So what I want to take out of this is how do we utilize these lessons, whether they're mine, other scholars, or kind of your own experience, to be more prepared for new public health emergencies. And this is all I really have for you. This is where I kind of put my hope and passion and kind of hope to kind of change the particular cycle of these different lessons. The fact that through global collaboration, through attention to and dedication to science, the data, the hard work, the analysis, we're able to hopefully get ahead of the threats, the curve, get a better understanding and better work together to face the challenges that are here and that are coming. Here are some of the references. I hope I didn't take too much time. I very much look forward to any other thoughts, questions, and your perspectives on lessons learned. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of the conference.
Thank you, David. Please give applause for the presentation. It is a very, very interesting and very, very condensed content of the presentation, talking about how we learn for preparation or preparedness, dealing with emergency and after COVID-19. And this is very interesting and very substantive information for us, especially for the people who are very concerned with emergency preparedness, dealing with the disaster. And based on this, there are 10 issues that has been rising from the presentation, and then I think that everybody has known about this content. And now we come to the discussion. Please, questions and comments, if any. Okay, one question here, over here at the venue.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning,
Waalaikumsalam.
everybody, and good evening to David there in USA. I'm Rudy Febria Mansa, a lecturer at Andalas University. I'm very happy and I got a lot of information and understanding from what happened there, the COVID in USA, and also how the strategy been applied there. I have only small comment and question related to your presentation. I'm thinking about local perspective of this pandemic. Yeah, possibly, I don't know. Yeah, possibly there are different perspective from local people about pandemic here in Asia or Indonesia, and also peoples there in USA. Yeah. Some people here in Indonesia who, especially rural people, maybe did not get enough information or knowledge, and some they really do not believe or trust what is happening about virus COVID, and they are thinking about is some kind like political everything's. Yeah, so I'm thinking that there could be a difference perspective of local indigenous people thinking about this pandemic. And of course, we need to be able to develop this understanding to local people and thinking about the future preparedness, especially for Asian people like here in Indonesia. Local community perspective of pandemic and also strategy based on their own knowledge is important. Yeah, possibly while we are talking about lockdown after the COVID or during the COVID, the understanding of lockdown as local perspective should be developed, while possibly some kind like surviving strategy for sometimes where they can really help themselves, yeah, for a duration of times is important. So that's what I'm thinking about local indigenous preparedness, yeah, for the futures. Thank you very much.
Okay, David, you can directly answer or respond.
Thank you so much for those comments and those thoughts. It really gets at what I was trying to address and chew over. One of the things I find very interesting about the pandemic is even though it's something all of us experienced, we experienced in such different ways. And even in my country, there's huge variation between different cities and city versus the country or rural. And where I am is very rural. And there was a lot of opposition to what we were trying to explain about COVID. Coming from a social science background, I'm very interested in how much we use local knowledge and local frameworks, community understandings of disease or problems, as opposed to our larger public health messaging. There has to be a balance, I think, in my experience. On one of the slides, I tried to address the idea of misinformation and misunderstanding. I believe that many people didn't want to see risk or danger related to the virus, and it was a form of kind of regaining control, addressing some of the uncertainties. That's some of what has been described as the no-risk thesis. But that's a little bit different than what you are addressing related to community knowledge. And I think you're right. I think public health has to do better and global health has to do better of understanding where things are different and connecting with people on community levels. So I think that should be part of this lesson. We began to get it a little bit better with vaccine outreach strategies. In the beginning, it was a bunch of us saying, hey, this is why the vaccine is good. Later on, we realized if we connected with community leaders, community partners, and they helped explain and represent the value of the vaccine, it was much more successful. So I think you're addressing a really important critical balance of how we incorporate communities and community knowledge while still addressing larger public health messages.
Okay. Okay, Pak Rudy, is the answer is okay? Or you have still further clarification that you want to deliver? Okay, thank you, David. Okay, over here at the venue, there is another person want to ask you, please.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Professor Nusirwan, for the chance. Good evening, Dr. David. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, one of the biggest issues during the COVID, of course, the disconnectedness. Yeah, and we understand that the American development is so much depend also on resources from all over the world. When during the COVID-19, the issue of disconnectedness affect all part of the world, and how do American coping with those issues? Yeah, how do they get the resource during the COVID? Since transportation has been, I don't know what's going on, because that part of the presentation I missed in your presentation. Thank you, Pak Professor Nusirwan.
Okay,
Thank you, David.
Have you get the question, David, or comment?
Yes. So bluntly, it was a shock. I think many Americans are very used to having whatever they can buy readily available. So to not have certain foods or paper products or masks available, hand sanitizer, any type of mask, anything that they could use for kind of personal protection, it didn't exist in the beginning of the pandemic. Different states, including my state, came out with mandates saying you need to wear masks to go out in public at a time that no one had masks. You couldn't buy them at stores. And I think that's a common experience in many countries. But what was, I think, very shocking for many Americans was it was the first time they kind of experienced something like that. And eventually kind of alternate markets opened up. We went from N95s with certain producers to KN95s rapidly made in many parts of the world, especially in Southeast Asia. And people really kind of worked together to address the shortcomings in different resources. But I think the whole world suffered from resource shortage in many different ways, probably much worse than the United States. But in the U.S., I think the reaction was shock, realizing how interconnected the whole world is with so many resources, market products. And when one piece is affected, the ability to have transportation, for example, how long lasting those impacts are. So I believe it was a little bit humbling, and hopefully people learned and got a lot out of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. He said thank you, the answer, David, here. Okay, I think in Zoom, there is one raised hand. I look, Muhammad Taufan, are you going to ask? Please take a chance.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Prof.
we can
David?
hear you.
Okay, thank you. My question is pretty simple. When the COVID-19 happened, I was in Japan, and I can see what the meaning of how to anticipate the COVID, the pandemic, in terms of political economy mobilization. Okay, it means that Japan tried to anticipate pandemic by dealing with promoting democratization. It means that they try to provide freedom for their citizens. At the same time, they try to provide helicopter money, right? To provide economic money, because this is very important. And then I just read one paper from Harvard University that in terms of how to anticipate pandemic USA, instead of try to dealing with lockdown, they try to promote, they try to strengthen political mobilization, political economic mobilization. So my question is, could you please tell me what's the meaning of political economy mobilization in anticipating pandemic in America? How they try to realize, how they try to apply that policy, mobilize, organize political economy in anticipating, in handling pandemic. So what's the meaning of political economy mobilization in terms of American policy in overcoming pandemic, sir, Professor David? Can you see my point, sir?
Yes, I
Economy
believe so.
mobilization. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Forgive me if I misinterpret all, and please correct me, but I think the most important point is almost every country was struggling with the balance of public health response, including lockdown and protective measures and making restrictions on businesses, and the economic consequences. And very early on, many, especially larger companies with larger economies, including the US and many European countries, this included United Kingdom and Sweden, basically said, no, the economic costs will be too much. People will suffer in a different way. They'll suffer, maybe even have health conditions as a result of economic loss. It's a different type of suffering. So we'd rather have that than we'd rather have lives lost from COVID than the economy crashing. When statisticians, epidemiologists gave numbers and figures of how bad it could be and the economic cost of so many people going to hospitalization and getting very severe treatments, things began to change. So pretty much in my experience all through the pandemic, it was a little bit of a push and pull. It was a tug of war between keeping a healthy economy and keeping public health safe. So in terms of political economic mobilization for the pandemic, I think how we define the pandemic, when we say it is, when we say it's over, we lift measures, all of that is kind of dictated by the political economic need and how significant those consequences are, but in balance with the public health effects, the epidemiological effects of the virus. Does that make sense and address what you were asking?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. David. Okay.
Thank you. And if I could just add, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I was doing a lot to keep track of what different countries were doing for response. I was very interested, and I knew a lot of countries were changing very quickly, trying to assess, what was an effective strategy, what was a right balance to have. And then very quickly, I think we all kind of lost touch and just focused on what we needed to do in our own home areas, our families, and our home communities. So it's very nice to be able to speak with communities like this from so many different places. It's a privilege to be able to kind of hear more perspectives. So thank you very much for allowing me to do that.
David, this means that that every country has different political policy related to how to cope with the disaster or something like that. It's depend on the.
Not just every country. So within countries for United States, every state has had a different agenda. And even within the state, all those little tiny regions, the 52 different counties within New York State, were all dramatically different. So times we were more restrictive than other counties, and our residents may had a big fuss. They complained to us. Most of the time we were less restrictive because we have a very rural area that didn't want any impacts related to political economy. So it was an interesting balance at the local, county level, state level, and country level. And I'm sure it happened in many other areas too.
It means that according to your analysis that we need the global, or we need the collaboration among countries, or among countries and also among countries in the global level, because different perspective of the policy also, and then also we we cannot deal with the same disaster with different response. And then we need a collaboration, something like that.
Yes, I'm optimistic about the collaboration that we have in forums such as this. I was a little bit shocked during the pandemic to see how difficult it was, even for different regions in my country and my state, different counties. It was difficult for us to collaborate when things were very busy. So I know that collaboration gets more difficult during times of stress and disaster, but I think it's very important to kind of build awareness, build the connections beforehand, and do everything we can to promote the scientific community.
Could you think, are you thinking that the global science and academia would be a bridge for making this different response into one single or similar response of that? Or because
It
the
really
public
is.
health practice, yeah, because
And
public health practice would be very different in let's say different countries and different countries, and then global science and academia based on the research and any let's say writing can also give the idea how to make this all different response to be one single let's say one single scheme or something.
I know that many programs, universities have programs in disaster management and emergency preparedness. And I think that those programs have a lot to offer. And I think it's very important to recognize them now and their value post-COVID, and do what we can to support those programs and their development. Because there's a lot of skills and values that public health emergency preparedness has, our templates, our planning techniques, drawing from the public health sciences. So I think there's a lot of important skills that can be further developed. And so that's kind of the takeaway from my talk and where I have my optimism. And there's a very good question in the chat about social conflict related to the different experiences in different regions. And again, that's something that public health emergency preparedness can take on, because we draw from past experiences, we draw from lessons learned. We saw that this was an issue, and we're a group, a public health group that works worldwide to address those challenges. So we may not have gotten all the answers today in what we talked about, but this is something that goes into our planning efforts, getting ready for the next one, meaning how do we get more on the same page so the rules are not so different in different regions for the next pandemic, or what do we do to better address the social inequalities? For COVID-19, basically it came down to where people lived, and that was the rule, and people had to deal with it, and complaints got set aside. But towards the end, we had better collaboration with other regions and counties, and we began to set the same policies. So no one would make a policy unless all the other counties in that region were doing the same thing. It took us a while to get there, but that was an important lesson learned.
Yes.
And I think if there's anything public health emergency preparedness does well, I think it reflects on these disasters. It reflects on things that we struggled on, and tries to come up with strategies to do better.
Okay, you answer. You continue to answer the question in the chat. Yulinda, you are satisfied with the answer of the David about the conflict? Yulinda in chat room. I see your question. Anybody willing to ask? Please, we're still a little bit time before ending this session. No? Okay, maybe can I moderator? I would like to ask because this is very, very interesting for the 10 principle, how to get the lesson learned from the COVID-19 preparedness in USA. I have a small question about how we can make to implement your proposed solution, because you are combined three, let's say three spheres: public health, social science, and emergency management. This is very, I think, very good question, very good solution in order to make how for the future, for the next for the future, we can find a solution dealing with the disaster. My question is how we can develop or establish sub-discipline academic public health, because I think in public health, a discipline itself, also in Indonesia, has different also perspective of that. So you mean what kind of sub-disciplines of academic public health that is suitable to every countries dealing with disaster?
I think that every country and program addresses disasters, since disasters are faced all over the world. This is kind of the background of emergency management for disasters, and building from that, basically taking from emergency management and taking the public health principles and social science. I think that's where we can develop preparedness ideas as a discipline a little bit better. So it's my hope that more programs advance with that kind of richness, the collaboration between public health, social science, and emergency management through forums like this and programs such as disaster response management at universities such as Andalas. When I was teaching in public health, we used to have just one course on disaster response and emergency management.
Disaster response, emergency management.
And I'll finish very quickly. Like I mentioned, at the health departments, there's usually just one position, but environmental health is a very large division. We have multiple divisions based off of our services. So as emergency preparedness gets more advanced, more local and government health departments have more people focusing on emergency preparedness and collaborating with emergency management and universities.
Okay. It is also the good idea for us here, because we have in Andalas University also the Faculty of Public Health, and also we have also post graduate on doctoral program in public health. And as far as I know, these disciplines are not quite strong in dealing with this kind of emergency preparedness in the future after COVID-19. I think this is very fruitful. Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the session because the time is up. Before I close this session, and then we will proceed to the next speaker, I would like to give a highlight. Yeah, David's presentation is very, very important and very, very substantive. How we got the lesson from the USA experience dealing with the COVID-19 disaster, by looking at the 10 principles that presentation given by David. And at the end of this presentation, the presenter trying to get this kind of analysis as a learning cycle from localization, resource limitation, panic and hoarding, distrust and misinformation, differing agendas, contested authorities, gave a policy versus implementation, relief after peak need, and planning for next emergency, and the 10 global coordination needed. And then we need a kind of 3 other support system, I think, according to my term. If I'm not quite correct, maybe David can also make me correct about that. We need a kind of synergy of the public media in order to make this 10 cycle of or 10 issues of the of the emergency preparedness can be come to the goal in order to make let's say, as David said, the balance between the government and the community understanding of disaster, and also in academic global science and academia, we collaborate with each other in order to share the lesson learned from its countries, because as I said in the presentation that every country has a different response to the disaster, and also the related countries also has own policy to deal with the disaster preparedness and disaster management, or disaster let's say disaster solution in the countries. And also, of course, we are talking about the practice, not only in theoretical level for understanding disaster preparedness or disaster solution. We need the public health practice, and of course, if we are talking in the public health practice, this is not only the single perspective that we use, but we have to use the transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary perspectives. I think this is also very, very close and very suitable to our main theme of our international conference. Disciplinary perspective, and also how we can accelerate the development after COVID-19 disaster. Thank you, David, again for your presentation. Very interesting and very substantive for us. We come now to the second speaker, Takamasa Ozawa. Are you ready, Ozawa?
Yes.
Okay. Please, we introduce first curriculum vitae of the Takamasa Ozawa. Please, the committee can share screen about his background. Wait a minute. Technical problem. Yes, everybody can see. Okay, Dr. Takamasa Ozawa, lecturer at the Institute of Liberal Arts and Science, Kanazawa University. His education was Doctor of Philosophy in Social Anthropology, University of Edinburgh, and then PhD course in Social Anthropology, School of Social and Political Science, the University of Edinburgh. And he was teaching in master course, Department of Anthropology, London School of Economics and Political Science, and Master of Marine Science at Graduate School of Marine Science and Technology, Tokyo, University of Marine Science and Technology, and also get a Bachelor Art in Literature, School of Letters, Arts and Sciences at Waseda University. He has also teaching experience at the Faculty of Policy Studies, Kansai University, and School of Policy Studies, Kwansei Gakuin University, and College of International Relationship at Ritsumeikan University. His topic of presentation is transdisciplinary approach to the peatland problem, a case in Riau, Indonesia. Ozawa, time is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction of me. And I would like to share the PowerPoint. Can you see that?
Not yet, still.
Not yet?
Still, yes, now.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can see.
And yang pertama saya pakai bahasa Indonesia sedikit, and saya membaca koran yang melapor gempa besar di Jawa Barat. Turut berduka cita kepada para korban dan semoga kerusakannya minimal. Sayahara. And
Ya, terima
okay,
kasih.
here. And I would like to start the presentation in English from now on. And thank you very much for inviting me to the conference. My name is Takamasa Osawa of the full-time lecturer of Canada University, Japan. And the presentation title is Transdisciplinary Approach to the peatland Problem, a Case in Riau. I would like to make presentation on peatland problem and introduce our approach to the problem. At first, introduction. Peatland problem is, in short, the degradation of peatland and fire happen there. This is an emergent problem of natural resources and environment management. However, if we carefully consider the problem, we find that the problem is not definitively formulated. It includes so many concrete issues and many stakeholders are involved in. That means the problem is a wicked problem that has been discussed in the studies on public policies and environment problems until recent years. And in that discussion, it is shown that it is extremely difficult to create perfect solutions to that kind of problem. However, what I would like to suggest here is scientists would be able to create better solution based on a long-term communication and collaboration with stakeholders. In this presentation, I would like to demonstrate the potential of transdisciplinary approach for creating the better solution, introducing our research activities in Riau. Okay. So, at first, I would like to introduce myself again, just briefly. Again, my name is Takamasa Osawa, and my major is social anthropology. And I have been rather an authentic anthropologist and have studied the indigenous people in Riau, such as Orang Akit in Pulau Lupat, Suku Asli, who were called as Orang Utan in the past, living in Bengalis Island, and I explored their indigeneity, ethnicity, and development in their ethnographic form. And if you are interested in my ethnography, please search the title At the Edge of Mangrove Forest in Amazon. Sorry, this is advertisement. However, I showed their ethnography in this book. However, today's presentation is not about the topic of social anthropology or their ethnography. What I would like to give is about the research in a project where I adopted a transdisciplinary approach. This is related to my career. Between 2017 and the last March 2022, I joined the Tropical Peatland Society project at the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, Kyoto, Japan. This 5-year project was a large inter- and multidisciplinary project in which more than 50 social and natural scientists joined. The project also took transdisciplinary approach in which the scientists collaborate with the Indonesian government, especially that's Badan Restorasi Gambut, BRG, and local communities like one or two villages. Since yesterday, some panelists have mentioned transdisciplinary approaches, but which were rather conceptual explanations. However, I would like to introduce a concrete case in this presentation. So, peatland degradation and fires, and here I would like to explain the overview of the peatland degradation and fire just briefly. As there are people who don't know it so much. So at first, what is tropical peatland? Peat or gumboot is organic matter from dead plants, and peatland or tana gumboot is a land that has peat as the main soil. Natural scientists estimated that there are approximately 441,000 square kilometers of tropical peatland globally. Of this, 250 square kilometers or 56% is in Southeast Asia. Riau is one of the provinces that has vast area of peatland in the region. As the soil is organic matter, the soil stores massive amount of carbon. So why is it problem? Under natural conditions, the peatland is not so problematic. However, when the swamps were drained for agriculture or forestry, especially this is oil palm and acacia plantations, it becomes problematic. During the dry season, the lands frequently suffer from fires, and the fire destroy people's livelihoods. The haze causes health hazards such as asthma. The fires also generate massive amount of greenhouse gases that contribute to global warming. This is very general and simple problem of peatland, the peatland problem. And after the 1990s, the fires become more frequent and large scale. And following it, the central government has implemented a variety of policies that stops the degradation of peatland. In 2009, environmental law of 2009 was enacted, in which the burning of for land cleaning was prohibited. In 2011, a moratorium policy of peatland development was implemented, and it became permanent in 2019. In 2016, BRG, Badan Restoration Gambut, or Peatland Restoration Agency, was established as an independent agency. While these policies would have produced certain results, the conditions are still unpredictable. If strong dry season comes, it is probable that large-scale fires happen again. Okay, and until now, I showed very brief overview of the peatland problem. However, from now, I would like to show the complexity of the peatland problem. So, in the previous pages, I explained the peatland problem, focusing on the peatland degradation and fires that and their results. However, this schema is only a part of the problem. The problem involves a variety of issues like this. It begins with the deforestation of peat swamp forest. The deforestation has several kinds of issues, and they result in drying and degradation of peatlands. This deforestation is also related to local development or, sorry, I use. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah. This deforestation is also related to local development or the rise of local economy. Fires are used for land cleaning is the important cause of frequent fires. We can add much more issues to this schema, such as topic of ecosystem conservation of ecosystems, side effects of the restoration policies by the government and land grabbing by acacia and oil palm companies. They are unique but interrelated with each other. These are all issues involved in the peatland problem. What I want to say here is that there are so many numerous issues that were involved in the peatland problem. The term peatland problem is only the summary of them. And while we can focus on some topics, such as the destruction of ecosystems or frequent fires, the detailed overview is not clear. Very, very big problem and complicated problem. And one more thing, I want to give another complex point. It involves so many stakeholders. I provided the main stakeholders here, here. Excuse me, I explained this page before that. The peatland problem is not clearly formulated. We can say that it includes numerous unique issues. One issue may cause another issue. The causalities are not always clear, and the social and environmental conditions are highly different from place to place. So we can say that peatland problem is very complex. And next, I want to give another complex point. The peatland problem involves so many stakeholders. I provided the main stakeholders here, like central government, such as Kyle Hacker, BRG, and so on. And provincial and district governments, oil palm acacia companies, local residents living around peat environment, urban residents who possess oil palm gardens in rural areas, environmental activists, and academic researchers as well, we can see as a stakeholder. And they are also, they are the cause of the complexity of the peatland problem. And first, we can say that the stakeholders are not in conflict, are in the conflict of interests. For example, if the government implements strong restriction to peatland use, many issues are resolved or at least mitigated. It is required by environmental activists or occasionally it's researchers of the ecology or something like that. However, it brings lost profits not only of companies, but also local residents as well. This might result in their poverty of local community. Second, even a stakeholder is not always monolithic. While some local residents try to protect their customary territory from land grab by the companies, some willingly sell the land for their future investment, for the investment of the money to their children or future business. So we can see the peatland problem as a wicked. In this problem, no clear perfect solutions. If a solution is given to an issue, it may create another one. The problem is usually continuous and causality is not always clear. This problem, the wicked problem, the concept of wicked problem has been discussed in many scientists, so I don't review the discussion here. However, what is important in this presentation is, if so, how should we, especially academic researchers, address this kind of problem? I would like to answer this question introducing our activities in Liao just briefly. So, considering and discussing the problems above, our research team composed of researchers of various academic backgrounds, such as political science, fish ecology, anthropology, public policy, and agriculture. We decided that we focus on the situation of a local community. As David Bell presented before, all disasters are local, so we decided to focus on the local context. And in the local context, concrete issues were emerging. We tried to engage with such concrete issues using the knowledge of academics. So before introducing the concrete cases, I would like to explain the term transdisciplinary approach here. The term began to be used in the 1970s, and it has been used in various ways depending on the field and era. It is not productive to discuss the definition, so instead, I would like to explain the characteristics of our transdisciplinary approach. First, our approach includes inter- or multidisciplinary approach, as I said above. This is just the usual thing, I think. And second, we try to make a long-term commitment to concrete issues in a community. This would be rather unique one, but essential because as I mentioned before, the problem is complex and continuous. The long-term commitment is necessary to understand the complexity and support continuous problems in a community. Finally, cooperation with stakeholders, especially local residents and local NGO beyond academic disciplines. And the local community we collaborated with is the village of Rantaubaru. Rantaubaru is situated at around 60 kilometers southeast from Pekanbaru, in the capital of Riau. The population is around 700 people, according to the census in 2019. And the area is around 100 square kilometers. Since the 1990s, the village repeatedly suffered from peatland fires, and in the village territory, there are vast area of oil palm and acacia plantations. At first, at the beginning of our research, we conducted short-term field work in the village repeatedly. This was conducted by me as an anthropologist and the staff of local NGO, Hakiki Foundation. Hakiki Foundation is a NGO in Pekanbaru. They are supporting the customary communities, the rights of customary communities, or hak masyarakat adat. And we asked them to support our research activity as an Indonesian counterpart. And through the field work, we found that we tried to get the baseline data of village, and also we tried to find the historical accounts of the village from the Dutch colonial records or something like that. And then we conducted a questionnaire survey based on the data obtained in the field work. The purpose was to illuminate hidden issues in terms of peatland problem. I asked the specialists of political scientists, public policy, gender study, fish ecology, and fishing technology to participate in the questionnaire survey of the village. To be honest, I am a social anthropologist, so I do not want to do questionnaire survey at the beginning of the at the first step of the investigation. However, it was necessary for the collaboration with other scientists, so finally I adopted the method of questionnaire survey in the village. Eventually, however, I felt that it was very fruitful. Through the survey, many issues became clear in the peatland problem of the village. And we questioned so many questions to the villagers, and we analyzed the results together with other social and natural scientists. And then, after the questionnaire survey, we had planned to conduct unstructured interviews based on the data obtained from the survey. However, unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic broke out at this time. So, from this time, a local NGO, Hakiki Foundation, took the main role of coordination of the research. They coordinated online interviews with the villagers. We asked their villagers' experience, but important thing was we could hear the desire and aspirations for the future among the villagers. In addition, we tracked fishing activities of the villagers in the Kampao River and canals by using GPS loggers. This was requested by the fishing, the specialist of fishing technology. And also, under the support of the Hakiki Foundation, we conducted participatory mapping to identify customary territory of the village. As same as other neighboring villages, land grabbing of peatland by oil companies has occurred in this village. To prevent the village customary territory, we made the map and submitted it to the district government. This will be important source for the government to designate customary area or wilaya adat in the future. And furthermore, we produced 2 documentary films to show their traditional activities of fishing in Kampao River and collecting honey on the siaran tree in collaboration with the village. Siaran tree or pohon siaran is, maybe you know, large trees on which bees build their hives, and this is very important for the ethnic identity living around the ethnic identity for the people living around the midstream of the Kampao River. And sorry, these films demonstrate importance of protecting peatland and forests. The films were not only put on the screen in the village, but also submitted to the district office for demonstrating their customary management of land and space. This is also related to the recognition of their land right as a wilaya adat or adat area in the future by the district and central governments. And finally, I would like to introduce is we are now beginning to establish new protected area in the submerged forest in the village in collaboration with the villagers. The submerged forests are peat swamps. The submerged forests and peatland peat swamps are important spawning and growing bed for small fishes, and we expect that fish resources will increase as a result of our activities. And while I have introduced our activity just briefly, it might sound a bit messy for you. However, these activities are very important because this is the result of the discussion among academic researchers, NGO staffs, and villagers. We really thinking what we can do for the future of the village, and we decided to conduct these actions to strengthen their customary right and protect peatland, protect the drained peatlands. The results is not so dramatic until today. However, we believe that our attempts will facilitate the integration of knowledge between different stakeholders and results in bringing better idea or better communication between the different stakeholders. In addition, if an attempt to cause another issue, we will engage with it together with the villagers properly. It is a long-term commitment to the village situation. Just one thing. What I want to emphasize here is the importance of the support from local NGOs. The support of local NGOs is really important because they can stay much nearer to the community rather than compared with the researchers in Japan and Jakarta. If there were no their support, we couldn't continue the long-term collaboration with the village. So the support was really important to conduct the peatland restoration activity in the village. Finally, I would like to demonstrate the points. Our activities are not something innovative. We are rather skeptical about an innovative perfect solution as it causes other social and ecological issues. For example, mega rice project in Kalimantan in the 1990s caused other many issues as a result of the innovative way of the mega rice project. Instead, our activities are based on long-term commitment to local community, and we do not only conduct academic research, but also try to find better solutions in and through communication or sharing knowledge with them. And again, collaboration with NGO is very important as they are rather near to the community. And finally, I would like to say that as a social anthropologist, this approach seems to be a kind of anthropological field work. However, not it's only one conducted by one anthropologist, but it's a field work conducted by many scientists in which we try to build kind of rapport. This is a kind of a little bit myth. However, it is very important process, I believe, that we struggle with wicked problem that happen in rural areas with the people. And finally, I also would like to give kind of another advertisement. We will publish a book that titled with the local governance of peatland restoration in Riau, Indonesia, a transdisciplinary analysis in March in the next year. So if you want to know the details of our activity and the more academic things discussed in the academic things obtained in the data gathering, please search this book on the web. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osawa. We give applause to Osawa presentation. Yeah, everybody here in venue are clapping hand. It's very nice and very interesting and very substantive also, this presentation. And if we are looking at the previous presentation, we are talking about the non-nature disaster, and we get lesson learned from the COVID-19 preparedness in USA. Now we are get the lesson from the nature disaster case in Indonesia about the peatland problem. And then the presenter started with the peatland degradation and fires case. And then from that, we got the lesson that peatland problem because of the degradation and fires make a big problem. And there are 15 issues at least raised by the presenter. And then this is very important to know that if we are going to get the solution of how we can let's say stop the problem of the peatland degradation fires, it's just quite easy. So we need a kind of interdisciplinary solution, and also try to understand what the problem of the peatland from the local community, and also want to know how the peatland problem not only give the bad effect, but also somehow give the positive impact of that in the peatland the people are still getting economic resources in order to live on. It is also very important to know how at the end we can get the solution. The peatland degradation and fires cannot be continued. Something like that I can get from the presentation. Now come to the questions. Please, everybody free to ask question or comment of this presentation. Over here in the venue. Yes, again, Rudy Fabriamansa, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Prof. Nusirwan Effendi, the moderator. Yes, again, this is very interesting presentation from Professor Osawa about the peatland especially. And what I interest is about your framework, yeah, transdisciplinary approach, yeah. I would like to hear a little bit more about the conceptual framework that you applied in this transdisciplinary approach, yeah, because yeah, I'm experiencing also the difficulties when we try to apply this transdisciplinary approach. Yes, we involve many disciplines to look at specific object of study, integrating social science, natural science, engineering into one objective. But later on, when we meet together, they are still thinking about from my perspective like that, from my perspective like that, and from the other perspective like that. So difficulties in integrating those perspectives into one integrated perspective. So I'm thinking about what's actually your approach when you are having a group of human resources, a group of experts from various disciplines to look at peatland. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that in your last presentation you have already produced one books, yeah, about transdisciplinary analysis. This is really useful for us here. Yeah, we have development studies program here. We encourage students to use transdisciplinary perspective, but actually we don't know much, yeah, how to integrate them in the field or in the study. Maybe you could give more, what are typical characteristics of transdisciplinary approach from your experience in peatlands? Thank you very much.
Okay, please, Ozawa, you can answer directly.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very, very good, very, very important question. And yeah, actually, it was very hard to integrate the different perspectives of the various academic backgrounds. I also experienced that so many times. And there is not. I think it's a transdisciplinary approach is very, very difficult, and there's no perfect solution. That's the same with the wicked problem. We don't have any perfect solution of that, but it's a case by case. We have some better solutions to deal with that problem, and in our case, I thought that we do not need to integrate our perspectives or our thoughts because the important thing is what we can do for the local community and what is the issue in the village. We stick to that such concrete things in the village. At that time, the difference of perspective would be not so important in our activity. Yeah, actually, ideally, we should integrate our perspectives and give very integrated things, bring about some integrated things in our activities. However, it was almost impossible, I think. However, we can do something for the villagers and we can solve some of the issues, concrete issues, using the specialist perspectives. It is more or less fruitful for the villagers as well as each researchers can get some data from such activities. This is an answer of this is an answer of the difficulty of transdisciplinarity in my experience. Is this okay?
How about the answer, Pak Rudy?
Yeah,
Do you have
very
any
much.
further?
Thank you very much for that. And I'm really willing to read your books about transdisciplinary analysis, and it could be much benefit for our student here. Thank you very much, Professor Ozawa.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ozawa, you may know know about our school here. We are doing a interdisciplinary approach to develop science, and also we try to find any solution based on the problem related to our context here in Indonesia by different perspective, and try to find out solution through the collaboration among different background experts here. So the interdisciplinary approach is very, very fruitful for us and very important for us to keep on in understanding about any problem in Indonesia. And then graduate school in Andalus University, one of them that try to make this consistent practice about this. Okay, next question on the Zoom. Please, any questions or any comment over this? Or there is a chat. There is a chat here from David. Okay. Ozawa, can you? I would read for you, or you read by yourself.
Yeah, it's from David Bell. I would like to answer the question. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. It's David Bell gives me the question about the local knowledge, right? So local or indigenous knowledge, I'm also very interested in that topic. So I would like to answer that question. And I'm interested in that topic, and the Indonesian government is much more interested in that topic now. They use the concept of Kwarihan local or local wisdom, and they try to find such things in local communities. But it's to be honest, I wrote a paper criticizing such attitude in that book because it's they try to find local knowledge in each community. However, it is occasionally idealized. It is regarded as a kind of tradition or something very good, always good for community. However, if we enter the field, we can find their tradition is not always good for the environment. It's conservation of the ecosystem or something like that, because they are living there as the actual people and they have their everyday life, and they have to earn their livelihood through the cutting the woods or something like that. So I think kind of idealization of the local life is not so good for creating the new way of life in such the crisis of environment. It is necessary to find or create something new together with the local community. At that time, actually, we find some local knowledge. However, in the transdisciplinary approach, important thing is that we create together with discussing the villagers or local community and find something, create something together would be important. Is this can be answer to your question?
Okay, the answer of the question is okay, David. Are you going to have a further question or any?
No, thank you very much. It's very interesting topics to think about, and I enjoyed your presentation.
Okay. We have still time until 11 o'clock, or at least 3 minutes more before we close with the certification handover and so on. So one question more at the venue. Yeah, there is still one question.
Okay, it's I'm reading a comment in the comment question from the comment.
Okay.
So just a little bit long. So please give me time to read that.
Yes. Yes, please. Yunarza here in Padang.
Okay. Oh, so
Kasih mic.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting question. And I think in what I want to say is that, as I said, as I input in my presentation and the response to the questions, transdisciplinary approach is very fluid. It's very difficult to be formulated, and it always involves the negotiation, transformation of the people, the stakeholders with each other. I mean, not we try to change the local communities, but we scientists also have to change ourselves in communication with the community. Such perspective is very important to deal with such a wicked or something very complicated problem. And it's in the collaboration with the local community. I would like to, it is actually, as you said, it is very difficult to change the life of people. However, changing ourselves, we try to look for new methodology or new way of life together with the local community. It is very important perspective in transdisciplinary approach, I think. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay. One question more. One question. Okay.
Thank you
Yep.
very much, Prof. Nusriwan. Yeah, our speaker, Osawa-san. Yeah, very interesting topic about Pitlan. My name is Yona Riza. I have three issues to discuss with you. First, I would like to ask you about your assessment on Jokowi's policy on peatland restoration, especially by BRG. And do you think how BRG work? Do they apply the interdisciplinary approach in the peatland restoration or management? Second one, I think in your stakeholder, did you encounter any immigrant coming to Riau to grab the land for the oil palm or other plantation? Lastly, this is about economic of environmental management, environmental economics. Do you have any idea on the cost of peatland fire on the environmental and the benefit of having fire to manage the land? Yeah, maybe the last one was quite complicated, but this one also aspect of the interdisciplinary, which is economic approach in assessing the peatland management. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And as for the first question, thank you very much for very, very critical question. And actually, BRG is our counterpart, our counterpart, so I can't say something very critical thing. However, it's what I want to say about the peatland restoration policies by BRG is that they implemented the policy of Desa Peduli Gambut. Desa Peduli Gambut is they dispatched the facilitator to the villages, and the facilitators educate the villagers, and they investigate the details of village situation or something like that. And as far as I observed, such policies didn't work, not at all, because it's a facilitators visited only 2 or 3 days in the village, and they wrote report submitted to the BRG headquarters. Only that. It is not a kind of the transdisciplinary or collaboration with the villagers. So the important thing I want to emphasize here is long-term commitment. If we have we get a new problem, we support the villagers again in another ways. Such attitude would be important. So I want to say our BRG's transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary approaches are a little bit different from our perspective. And the second question, I couldn't, and it was very so big problem, so I can't answer what is the good countermeasure or something like that, especially economic thing. Well, I'm not an economics and just anthropologist, so I can't say something. However, what I would like to emphasize here is that as I said in the presentation, something really innovative, big ideas occasionally cause another problem in the village. If we give we think that scientists think a very sophisticated and good method is occasionally not good for the local community. So we have to carefully consider how, if we adapt the method to the community, what happens, and we have to communicate with the local community enough before implementing such method. What I can say is only here. Is this the answer to your question, Professor?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope the person who asked the question can get your answer. It's okay, Pak Yonarja? Yes, it's okay. Okay, thank you very much, Osawa, for the presentation. Our time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the plenary session this morning. We give again a big applause for both presenters. Okay, thank you for the two speakers of your presentation. From you both, we learn valuable lessons and then very important issues that we got. And of course, these are all the information that we can take as our model to make further research maybe, and also our discussion over here. Ladies and gentlemen, these two presentations teach us how to understand disasters, even though both speakers are presenting different kind of disaster, but both are disaster, nature disaster in peatland and non-nature disaster in USA, COVID-19. But both are looking for solutions, either academically or practically. And based on the case of preparedness, emergency preparedness in USA in relation to the COVID-19 disaster, David proposed at least 10 issues and tried to present us solutions of each, solution from each. And meanwhile, Osawa tried to share his research in Riau, talking about the peatland problem, degradation and fires. And at least he also raised 15 issues, at least as I count it, count all these issues that you presented, and also try to find out solution for that and how the peatland problem in Indonesia can be overcome by interdisciplinary approach. And these are all based on his research also in Indonesia. It's very, very valuable and very, very substantive and very interesting presentation of both presenters. Again, we extend our deep appreciation and gratitude of your time and your acceptance of our invitation, be the invited speaker this morning. Again, thank you very much for David and for Takamasa Osawa. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our plenary session this morning, and then we hope that our plenary session this morning can give you more experiences in talking about how we deal with the disasters, and then how we can get it into the kind of policy later on, and then we make it into the better solution of our disaster solutions. Thank you very much for me as a moderator, and then I hope you enjoy our plenary session this morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Back to
warahmatullahi
the
Wabarakatuh. Thank you for the amazing
ceremony.
discussion in the plenary 3. Before we are going to the next agenda, we give appreciation for our speaker in plenary 3. That will be Mr. David Elijah Bell from New York, USA, and also Dr. Takamasa Osawa, because that we invite the Director of Graduate School, Professor Nur Sirwan, and also Mrs. Hasna, PhD, as organizing committee to take the position in front of the stage. And we give the appreciation for our keynote speaker in plenary 3.
Yeah. Okay, the next is photo session. Please, all speaker and audiences take your position.
First, we give the certificate. Please show the certificate for Mr. David Elijah Bell, PhD, MPH from New York, USA. Thank you so much, Mr. David, for your dedication in our international conference. The next one, we give the certificate for Dr. Takamasa Osawa from Japan. Let's show the certificate. Thank you so much, Dr. Takamasa. Terima kasih. Right. We have the waiting first. Let's show the certificate for Dr. Takamasa Osawa from Japan.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you, David and Osawa. Please receive our online certificate for you both.
Right. Let's take a moment, the photo session first with our director graduate school and also our organizing committee. Please the camera to take the moment of this plenary three. Right. Thank you so much, Mr. David Alija and Dr. Takamasa Osawa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next is photo session. Please all speaker and audiences take your position.
We also invite again our Director of Graduate School and also Mrs. Hasna PhD to take the position in front of the stage. We will gonna to take the photo sessions together, all of audiences and participants today in the second day of international conference. Please take the position. Bapak Ibu yang hadir pada saat ini di GSM Premier Hotel Padang dapat mengambil foto dan kita dapat berfoto bersama di depan panggung.
Ya, baik, sekali lagi Bapak Ibu semua tamu undangan, kami mengundang Bapak Ibu panitia dan seluruh tamu undangan yang saat ini berada di dalam ballroom. Mari kita berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Silakan Bapak Ibu semuanya, Bapak Ibu tamu undangan, panitia pelaksana, kita berfoto bersama dulu. Baik.
And also we invite the Vice Director of Graduate School and all presenter today. We are now all that presenter really excited to presentation in the parallel sessions after this one. Right, let's take the photo. Right, let's count in 3, 2, and 1. Again, happiness, enjoyable, and big smile in front of camera. In 3, 2, and 1. One more, the last one in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All audiences requested to back to your beginning positions. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful culture of Minangkabau, West Sumatra always inspire people all around the world. The traditional culture, delicious food, uniqueness, and hospitality are the one of the reason that people want to visit West Sumatra. So, to celebrate our conference, let's take a look the wonderful West Sumatra in this video. Taste of Padang.
Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it was amazing plenary trip from our speaker today.
So the next agenda is parallelization with all amazing presenter that has joined us virtually and here live from ZHM Hotel Premier Padang. For your information, in this parallelization, we have 5 rooms for each stamp paper. So you can join the breakout room for the presenter who has joined virtually. But before that, we have to announce the room with the theme and also the moderator. First, room 1 with the sub-theme is Urban and Rural Development Planning, Sustainable Agriculture Business with our moderator, Professor Melinda Nur. In the room 2, we have the Natural Resources and Environmental Management, Disaster Preparedness and Mitigation with our moderator, Mrs. Alita Amrina, PhD. In room 3, we have that localizations of culture in SDGs or local tourism and creative industry with our moderator, Mrs. Yeni Narni, SSMA, PhD. In room 4, we have that biotechnology and health development, sustainable agriculture business with our moderator, Professor Marlina. And the last one, room 5, we have that the theme is sustainable agriculture business with our moderator, Ami Sukma Utami, PhD. So, ladies and gentlemen, please waiting for that to all the presenter. You can prepare for your presentations.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to break until 1 p.m. on Western Indonesian time because we early to start the parallel session.
Please have some food and drink, also prayer, and you are kindly requested to be here again. After the break, we are going to continue the closing ceremony and we will announce who will be the best paper presentation in this conference. Everyone can stay on this room, or that people who has joined us virtually, you can stay in that room, and also you can around this hotel until this closing ceremony and best paper presented our presentations started. So see you in the next agenda.
dalam adat dan budaya yang bersandi syara bersandi kita pula yang menjadi penjaga warisan leluhur kami. Dan syukur dengan menjual sakit. Di balilang mudo-mudo digoyang mangko di karuan kita lihat amponan ibu tak manang menjago. Bawa ampe suku berhenti padang tujuh dia menjupi naga. Isingan dulu ada apa janji hari bakal tubana. Isingan dulu ada apa janji hari bakal tubana.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. University's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities, summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge in consultation with key industry experts.
Waktunya jelajahi Indonesia Timur. Diskon hingga 30% plus ekstra diskon untuk banyak pilihan hotel terjangkau di Indonesia bagian timur. Catat tanggalnya ya Sobat Tiket. Beli tiket murah di aplikasi tiket.com. Baru Garnier Fashion Collection dengan color boost formula untuk warna fashion menyala.
enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here, the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Anderlas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Anderlas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Anderlas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Anderlas University
Welcome to Universitas Andalas, kampus tertua di Sumatera dengan akreditasi A. Selain memiliki dosen-dosen yang berkompeten di bidangnya, Universitas Andalas juga memiliki fasilitas dan sarana yang modern dan lengkap yang bisa menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan kamu. Mau tahu gimana serunya kegiatan kuliah di Universitas Andalas? Check it out! Check it out! Universitas Andalas memiliki berbagai program studi pilihan. Selain kuliah, pastinya terdapat banyak kegiatan akademis yang akan mendukung bakat dan minatmu. So, you'll be ready to hit the world. Universitas Andalas dibangun sejak tahun 1956 dan menjadi universitas ternama di Pulau Sumatera. Bekerja sama dengan perusahaan Profit membuat lulusannya menjadi mudah mencapai impian. ngerasa bete di kampus, itu nggak berlaku di Universitas Andalas. Karena Universitas Andalas punya banyak banget tempat-tempat kece. Gimana, seru kan? So, jangan ragu untuk mewujudkan impianmu bersama Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Sehingga menciptakan suasana belajar yang kondusif dan dekat dengan pusat kota Padang. Dengan luas area 500 hektar, kampus Universitas Andalas juga merupakan salah satu kampus terluas di Indonesia. UNAN meraih akreditasi A sejak tahun 2014 dan tanggal 31 Agustus tahun 2021 UNAN resmi menyandang status sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri Badan Hukum melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 95. Melalui peraturan tersebut, UNAN memiliki keleluasaan untuk menjadi World Class University dan juga menjadi
kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya silakan.
UNAN memiliki 15 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. UNAN memiliki tenaga pendidik yang profesional di bidangnya. Saat ini, UNAN memiliki 151 guru besar dan 641 doktor yang telah berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. UNAN siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dengan standar nasional dan standar internasional untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa. Saat ini, ribuan mahasiswa UNAN telah mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Pada tahun 2021, mahasiswa UNAN banyak meraih prestasi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Untuk menunjang perkuliahan, UNAN memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap seperti gedung perkuliahan bersama, laboratorium dasar yang terintegrasi dengan labor di fakultas, pustaka pusat, pusat bahasa, rumah kaca, studio, ruang sidang, dan rumah sakit. Selain itu, UNAN juga menyediakan fasilitas pendukung seperti asrama, fasilitas olahraga, masjid, bank center, dan fasilitas pendukung lainnya. Dalam upaya peningkatan manajerial dan soft skill mahasiswa, mahasiswa UNAN diberikan kesempatan untuk berorganisasi pada badan eksekutif mahasiswa dan tergabung dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa di tingkat universitas maupun fakultas. Pada tahun ini, UNAN menerima mahasiswa baru melalui jalur SNMPTN, SBMPTN, dan jalur SIMA UNAN.
Mari berkarya, berinovasi, dan berprestasi untuk kepentingan bangsa sesuai dengan motto Universitas Andalas.
Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Baru, Verasoft Serum Shampoo Dandruff Treatment. Formula
English is my second language. As a vlogger, I deal with social media a lot, which is actually fun.
Terluas ketiga di Indonesia, di mana lagi kalau bukan Universitas Andalas yang ada di Padang, Sumatera Barat. Jadi buat kalian yang suka ngomong, Mas, jangan cuma di Jawa doang dong. Nih, aku udah sampai Sumatera. Jadi langsung aja kita mulai kampus tour Universitas Andalas. Di belakangku ini adalah Rektorat Universitas Andalas. Dan perlu kalian tahu, Universitas Andalas ini punya 3 kampus. Yang pertama, kampus pertama yang ada di Padang, yang kedua ada di Payakumbuh, dan yang ketiga ada di Darmasraya. Nah, UNAN ini punya 16 fakultas. Jadi buat kalian banyak banget jurusan yang bisa kalian masukin ketika kalian pengen masuk di Universitas Andalas. Sekarang aku lagi ada di salah satu ruang kelas yang ada di Universitas Andalas. Jadi, teman-teman kalau butuh ruang kelas dengan kapasitas yang besar, teman-teman bisa pakai kelas ini untuk kuliah. Tempat selanjutnya adalah PKM, Pusat Kegiatan Mahasiswa. Jadi buat teman-teman, jadi mahasiswa itu nggak cuma kepintaran akademik doang, tapi juga skill-skill itu dibutuhkan. Nah, buat ngembangin skill, kalian bisa main-main ke PKM. Karena di sini banyak banget UKM yang bisa kalian ikutin. Dan aku mau ngasih tahu, salah satu hal yang menarik di UNAN itu apa? Bentuk bangunannya itu mostly bentuknya kayak gini. Kenapa? Ini terinspirasi dari rumah gadang yang ada di Sumatera Barat. Dan ya, kita main-main lagi yuk. Sekarang aku lagi ada di depan auditorium Universitas Andalas. Biasanya auditorium ini digunakan untuk teman-teman wisuda, atau kalau teman-teman mau bikin acara yang skalanya besar, teman-teman juga bisa menggunakan auditorium ini. Ini adalah salah satu fasilitas olahraga yang dimiliki Universitas Andalas. Jadi buat kalian mahasiswa, jangan cuma sepaneng belajar, tapi kalian juga harus bikin tubuh kalian sehat. Jadi ketika kita tubuh sehat, buat mikir juga bisa lebih encer. Ya, sekarang aku lagi ada di kompleks asrama mahasiswa Universitas Andalas. Di sini asramanya itu dinamain sesuai nama gedungnya. Di sebelah kananku ini ada asrama hijau dan asrama oranye. Ini buat teman-teman yang cowok. Kalau buat teman-teman yang cewek ada di mana? Ada di situ tuh. Jadi ya berdekatan, cuma di tengah-tengahnya ada kantin. Gitu. Sekarang kita melihat lebih dekat asrama mahasiswa UNAN. Nah, ini berasa di Sumatera Barat banget karena ini ada kayak rumah gadang gitu. Dan teman-teman, biasanya mahasiswa-mahasiswa baru penerima beasiswa KIP itu tinggalnya di sini. Tapi kalau buat umum boleh nggak sih Mas? Boleh banget. Dan ada satu hal yang unik di sini. Kalau teman-teman kan di asrama-asrama biasa itu ya tinggal sama teman-teman sedaerah, sefakultas. Kalau di UNAN nggak. Di UNAN satu kamarnya itu teman-teman diacak seacak-acaknya. Satu fakultas nggak boleh, satu daerah nggak boleh. Tujuannya untuk apa? Tujuannya untuk membuat interaksi sosial itu jauh lebih hidup lagi. Ini keren sih teman-teman.
Welcome to Universitas Andalas, kampus tertua di Sumatera dengan akreditasi A. Selain memiliki dosen-dosen yang berkompeten di bidangnya, Universitas Andalas juga memiliki fasilitas dan sarana yang modern dan lengkap yang bisa menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan kamu. Mau tahu gimana serunya kegiatan kuliah di Universitas Andalas? Check it out! Universitas Andalas memiliki berbagai program studi pilihan. Selain kuliah, pastinya terdapat banyak kegiatan non-akademis yang akan mendukung bakat dan minatmu. So, you'll be ready to hit the world. Universitas Andalas dibangun sejak tahun 1956 dan menjadi universitas ternama di Pulau Sumatera. Bekerja sama dengan perusahaan Profis membuat lulusannya menjadi mudah mencapai impiannya.
Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here, the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation. Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SAJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation. Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here, the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation. Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here, the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation. Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here, the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. Andalas University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation.
Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields. Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields.
Andalas University Postgraduate Program builds regional, national, and international collaborations. Publications and research must be able to provide solutions to the problems of the community. We try to improve the quality of learning in the midst of disruptive communication technology. We are ready to include in the trajectory of internationalization of research products and results. Our tagline is multidisciplinary collaborations and solutions.
passion for improving the quality of the education process, we offer various facilities in a systematic and dynamic learning process.
Two reasons to study in postgraduate Andalas University. Firstly, it is an academic environment. A lot of students come from overseas and local to study in the campus. Secondly, there are professors and doctors who are experts in their field, also supporting staff to help students during their study in the campus. Come along to postgraduate Andalas University.
We offer PhD and master degree in multidisciplinary field of study. Our field of study have been well accredited. We employ qualified instructors, all of them holding PhD degree. Please join us postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is committed to producing graduates who can compete at a national and international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral levels. Therefore, we have designed a blended learning-based education program that enables students to participate in education process wherever they are.
I'm very proud to be alumni graduate program Andalas University. I got a lot of experience, knowledge, and capacity building in my career and related to my professional activity. I would like to say thanks to all highly competent lecturers. Don't be hesitant to join graduate program Andalas University.
With a passion for the glory of the nation, we develop research and innovative services involving lecturers and students that are expected to contribute to the solution of various community problems.
We are provided with the best facilities and of course, we promise the best services for students to finish study in time. We welcome students all over the world to reach the dream by studying at the postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is always ready to collaborate with various institutions that also have a solid commitment to developing science and technology for the glory of the nation. Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields.
Andalas University Postgraduate Program builds regional, national, and international collaborations. Publications and research must be able to provide solutions to the problems of the community. We try to improve the quality of learning in the midst of disruptive communication technology. We are ready to include in the trajectory of internationalization of research products and results. Our tagline is multidisciplinary collaborations and solutions.
With a passion for improving the quality of the education process, we offer various facilities in a systematic and dynamic learning process.
Two reasons to study in postgraduate Andalas University. Firstly, it is an academic environment. A lot of students come from overseas and local to study in the campus. Secondly, there are professors and doctors who are experts in their field, also supporting staff to help students during their study in the campus. Come along to postgraduate Andalas University.
We offer PhD and master degree in multidisciplinary field of study. Our field of study have been well. We employ qualified instructors, all of them holding PhD degree. Please join us postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is committed to producing graduates who can compete at a national and international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral.
students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. University's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SAJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through
reasons to study in postgraduate Andalas University. Firstly, it is an academic environment. A lot of students come from overseas and local to study in the campus. Secondly, they are professors and doctors who are experts in their field, also supporting staff to help students during their study in the campus. Come along to Postgraduate Andalas University.
We offer PhD and master degree in multidisciplinary field of study. Our field of study has been well accredited. We employ qualified instructors, all of them holding PhD degree. Please join us postgraduate program at Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is committed to producing graduates who can compete at a national and international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral levels. Therefore, we have designed a blended learning-based education program that enables students to participate in education process wherever they are.
I'm very proud to be alumni graduate program Andalas University. I got a lot of experience, knowledge, and capacity building in my career and related to my professional activity. I would like to say thanks to all highly competent lecturers. Don't be hesitant to join graduate program Andalas University.
With a passion for the glory of the nation, we develop research and innovative services involving lecturers and students that are expected to contribute to the solution of various community problems.
We are provided with the best facilities and of course, we promise the best services for students to finish study in time. We welcome students all over the world to reach the dream by studying at the postgraduate program at Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is always ready to collaborate with various institutions that also have a solid commitment to developing science and technology for the glory of the nation.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community.
Mau berwisata sambil berkarya? Join di Leksaran.
Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation.
Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment, periods of services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields.
Andalas University Postgraduate Program builds regional, national, and international collaborations. Publications and research must be able to provide solutions to the problems of the community. We try to improve the quality of learning in the midst of disruptive communication technology. We are ready to include in the trajectory of internationalization of research products and results. Our tagline is multidisciplinary collaborations and solutions.
With a passion for improving the quality of the education process, we offer various facilities in a systematic and dynamic learning process.
Two reasons to study in postgraduate Andalas University. Firstly, it is an academic environment. A lot of students come from overseas and local to study in the campus. Secondly, there are professors and doctors who are experts in their field, also supporting staff to help students during their study in the campus. Come along to postgraduate Andalas University.
We offer PhD and master degree in multidisciplinary field of study. Our field of study have been well accredited. We employ qualified instructors, all of them holding PhD degree. Please join us postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is committed to producing graduates who can compete at a national and international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral levels. Therefore, we have designed a blended learning-based education program that enables students to participate in education process wherever they are.
I'm very proud to be alumni graduate program Andalas University. I got a lot of experience, knowledge, and capacity building in my career and related to my professional activity. I would like to say thanks to all highly competent lecturers. Don't be hesitate to join graduate program Andalas University.
With a passion for the glory of the nation, we develop research and innovative services involving lecturers and students that are expected to contribute to the solution of various community problems.
We are provided with the best facilities and of course, we promise the best services for students to finish study in time. We welcome students all over the world to reach the dream by studying at the postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is always ready to collaborate with various institutions that also have a solid commitment to developing science and technology for the glory of the nation.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation.
Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields.
Andalas University postgraduate program builds regional, national, and international collaborations. Publications and research must be able to provide solutions to the problems of the community. We try to improve the quality of learning in the midst of disruptive communication technology. We are ready to include in the trajectory of internationalization of research products and results. Our tagline is multidisciplinary collaborations and solutions.
With a passion for improving the quality of the education process, we offer various facilities in a systematic and dynamic learning process.
Two reasons to study in postgraduate Andalas University. Firstly, it is an academic environment. A lot of students come from overseas and local to study in the campus. Secondly, there are professors and doctors who are experts in their field, also supporting staff to help students during their study in the campus. Come along to postgraduate Andalas University.
We offer PhD and master degree in multidisciplinary field of study. Our field of study have been well accredited. We employ qualified instructor, all of them holding PhD degree. Please join us postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is committed to producing graduates who can compete at a national and international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral levels. Therefore, we have designed a blended learning-based education program that enables students to participate in education process wherever they are.
I'm very proud to be alumni graduate program Andalas University. I got a lot of experience, knowledge, and capacity building in my career and related to my professional activity. I would like to say thanks to all highly competent lecturers. Don't be hesitant to join graduate program Andalas University.
With a passion for the glory of the nation, we develop research and innovative services involving lecturers and students that are expected to contribute to the solution of various community problems.
We are provided with the best facilities and of course, we promise the best services for students to finish study in time. We welcome students all over the world to reach the dream by studying at the postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is always ready to collaborate with various institutions that also have a solid commitment to developing science and technology for the glory of the nation.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation.
Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields.
Andalas University Postgraduate Program builds regional, national, and international collaborations. Publications and research must be able to provide solutions to the problems of the community. We try to improve the quality of learning in the midst of disruptive communication technology. We are ready to include in the trajectory of internationalization of research products and results. Our tagline is multidisciplinary collaborations and solutions.
With a passion for improving the quality of the education process, we offer various facilities in a systematic and dynamic learning process.
Two reasons to study in postgraduate Andalas University. Firstly, it is an academic environment. A lot of students come from overseas and local to study in the campus. Secondly, there are professors and doctors who are experts in their field, also supporting staff to help students during their study in the campus. Come along to postgraduate Andalas University.
We offer PhD and master degree in multidisciplinary field of study. Our field of study have been well accredited. We employ qualified instructors, all of them holding PhD degree. Please join us postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is committed to producing graduates who can compete at a national and international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral levels. Therefore, we have designed a blended learning-based education program that enables students to participate in education process wherever they are.
I'm very proud to be alumni graduate program Andalas University. I got a lot of experience, knowledge, and capacity building in my career and related to my professional activity. I would like to say thanks to all highly competent lecturers. Don't be hesitant to join graduate program Andalas University.
With a passion for the glory of the nation, we develop research and innovative services involving lecturers and students that are expected to contribute to the solution of various community problems.
We are provided with the best facilities and, of course, we promise the best services for students to finish study in time.
Selamat datang di Universitas Andalas. Universitas Andalas merupakan salah satu kampus terbaik di Indonesia yang menjadi kampus favorit bagi mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia dan luar negeri. Terletak di wilayah perbukitan Limau Manis, Universitas Andalas menjadi kampus hijau yang asri dengan udara yang sejuk, sehingga menciptakan suasana belajar yang kondusif dan dekat dengan pusat kota Padang. Dengan luas area 500 hektar, kampus Universitas Andalas juga merupakan salah satu kampus terluas di Indonesia. UNAN meraih akreditasi A sejak tahun 2014 dan tanggal 31 Agustus tahun 2021 UNAN resmi menyandang status sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri Badan Hukum melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 95. Melalui peraturan tersebut, UNAN memiliki keleluasaan untuk menjadi World Class University dan juga menjadi Research University. UNAN memiliki 15 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. UNAN memiliki tenaga pendidik yang profesional di bidangnya. Saat ini, UNAN memiliki 151 guru besar dan 641 doktor yang telah berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. UNAN siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dengan standar nasional dan standar internasional untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa. Saat ini, ribuan mahasiswa UNAN telah mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Pada tahun 2021, mahasiswa UNAN banyak meraih prestasi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Untuk menunjang perkuliahan, UNAN memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap seperti gedung perkuliahan bersama, laboratorium dasar yang terintegrasi dengan labor di fakultas, pustaka pusat, pusat bahasa, rumah kaca, studio, ruang sidang, dan rumah sakit. Selain itu, UNAN juga menyediakan fasilitas pendukung seperti asrama, fasilitas olahraga, masjid, bank center, dan fasilitas pendukung lainnya. Dalam upaya peningkatan manajerial dan soft skill mahasiswa, mahasiswa UNAN diberikan kesempatan untuk berorganisasi pada badan eksekutif mahasiswa dan tergabung dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa di tingkat universitas maupun fakultas. Pada tahun ini, UNAN menerima mahasiswa baru melalui jalur SNMPTN, SBMPTN, dan jalur SIMA UNAN.
Mari berkarya, berinovasi, dan berprestasi untuk kepentingan bangsa. Sesuai dengan motto Universitas Andalas.
Ayo kuliah di Universitas Andalas.
Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Andalas, kampus tertua di Sumatera dengan akreditasi A. Selain memiliki dosen-dosen yang berkompeten di bidangnya, Universitas Andalas juga memiliki fasilitas dan sarana yang modern dan lengkap yang bisa menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan kamu. Mau tahu gimana serunya kegiatan kuliah di Universitas Andalas? Check it out! Universitas Andalas memiliki berbagai program studi pilihan. Selain kuliah, pastinya terdapat banyak kegiatan non-akademis yang akan mendukung bakat dan minatmu. So, you'll be ready to hit the world. Universitas Andalas dibangun sejak tahun 1956 dan menjadi universitas ternama di Pulau Sumatera. Bekerja sama dengan perusahaan profit membuat lulusannya menjadi mudah mencapai impiannya. ngerasa bete di kampus. Itu nggak berlaku di Universitas Andalas, karena Universitas Andalas punya banyak banget tempat-tempat kece. Gimana, seru kan? So, jangan ragu untuk mewujudkan impianmu bersama Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building.
Welcome to Universitas Andalas, kampus tertua di Sumatera dengan akreditasi A. Selain memiliki dosen-dosen yang berkompeten di bidangnya, Universitas Andalas juga memiliki fasilitas dan sarana yang modern dan lengkap yang bisa menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan kamu. Mau tahu gimana serunya kegiatan kuliah di Universitas Andalas? Check it out! Universitas Andalas memiliki berbagai program studi pilihan. Selain kuliah, pastinya terdapat banyak kegiatan non-akademis yang akan mendukung bakat dan minatmu. So, you'll be ready to hit the world. Universitas Andalas dibangun sejak tahun 1956 dan menjadi universitas ternama di Pulau Sumatera. Bekerja sama dengan perusahaan profit membuat lulusannya menjadi mudah mencapai impiannya. ngerasa bete di kampus. Itu nggak berlaku di Universitas Andalas, karena Universitas Andalas punya banyak banget tempat-tempat kece. Gimana, seru kan? So, jangan ragu untuk mewujudkan impianmu bersama Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. To support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SEJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovative university education by integrating learning, industry, and community. University always encourages lecturers to create innovations based on science and technology, which are then delivered to the community through research institutions and community service. Andalas University applies continuous quality improvement, improving internal quality through conducting internal quality audits, and designing a curriculum that meets the needs of stakeholders, that is, the world of work and industry. In an effort to produce graduates who are highly competitive, Andalas University also prioritizes entrepreneurship education for students. In an effort to be an international campus, Andalas University is preparing to become a state university. Various efforts to this end continue to be conducted. Students are given the opportunity to realize the issues faced by their communities. We encourage our students to help and serve others by offering them opportunities to go out and match their skills and abilities to the needs out there. We are proud to have created the university that we have today. All of these things increasingly encourage Andalas University to continuously develop itself to provide high-quality education for the glory of the nation.
Welcome to the graduate program Universitas Andalas, located in Padang, the capital city of West Sumatra, which is famous for its natural beauty and also known as the home of numerous national figures who significantly influenced the establishment and development of the nations. Since its establishment in 1984, the graduate program has gone through 6 periods of leaderships that have continuously improved the quality of education services to provide the greatest quality in education, thus making us the best choice to develop various scientific fields.
Andalas University Postgraduate Program
international scale and contribute to the glory of the nation. The graduate program of Universitas Andalas consistently develops science that always aligns itself with the times and the needs of society. Graduate program of Universitas Andalas realizes that distance is sometimes an obstacle for prospective students who want to develop their knowledge at the master and doctoral levels. Therefore, we have designed a blended learning-based education program that enables students to participate in education process wherever they are.
I'm very proud to be alumni graduate program Andalas University. I got a lot of experience, knowledge, and capacity building in my career and related to my professional activity. I would like to say thanks to all highly competent lecturers. Don't be hesitate to join graduate program Andalas University.
With a passion for the glory of the nation, we develop research and innovative services involving lecturers and students that are expected to contribute to the solution of various community problems.
We are provided with the best facilities and of course, we promise the best services for students to finish study in time. We welcome students all over the world to reach the dream by studying at the postgraduate program Andalas University.
The graduate program of Universitas Andalas is always ready to collaborate with various institutions that also have a solid commitment to developing science and technology for the glory of the nation.
datang di Universitas Andalas. Universitas Andalas merupakan salah satu kampus terbaik di Indonesia yang menjadi kampus favorit bagi mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia dan luar negeri. Terletak di wilayah perbukitan Limau Manis, Universitas Andalas menjadi kampus hijau yang asri dengan udara yang sejuk, sehingga menciptakan suasana belajar yang kondusif dan dekat dengan pusat kota Padang. Dengan luas area 500 hektar, kampus Universitas Andalas juga merupakan salah satu kampus terluas di Indonesia. UNAN meraih akreditasi A sejak tahun 2014 dan tanggal 31 Agustus tahun 2021 UNAN resmi menyandang status sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri Badan Hukum melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 95. Melalui peraturan tersebut, UNAN memiliki keleluasaan untuk menjadi World Class University dan juga menjadi Research University. UNAN memiliki 15 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. UNAN memiliki tenaga pendidik yang profesional di bidangnya. Saat ini, UNAN memiliki 151 guru besar dan 641 doktor yang telah berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. UNAN siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dengan standar nasional dan standar internasional untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa. Saat ini, ribuan mahasiswa UNAN telah mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Pada tahun 2021, mahasiswa UNAN banyak meraih prestasi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Untuk menunjang perkuliahan, UNAN memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap seperti gedung perkuliahan bersama, laboratorium dasar yang terintegrasi dengan labor di fakultas, pustaka pusat, pusat bahasa, rumah kaca, studio, ruang sidang, dan rumah sakit. Selain itu, UNAN juga menyediakan fasilitas pendukung seperti asrama, fasilitas olahraga, masjid, bank center, dan fasilitas pendukung lainnya. Dalam upaya peningkatan manajerial dan soft skill mahasiswa, mahasiswa UNAN diberikan kesempatan untuk berorganisasi pada badan eksekutif mahasiswa dan tergabung dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa di tingkat universitas maupun fakultas. Pada tahun ini, UNAN menerima mahasiswa baru melalui jalur SNMPTN, SBMPTN, dan jalur SIMA UNAN.
Mari berkarya, berinovasi, dan berprestasi untuk kepentingan bangsa sesuai dengan moto Universitas Andalas.
Ayo kuliah di Universitas Andalas.
Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Universitas Andalas, kampus tertua di Sumatera dengan akreditasi A. Selain memiliki dosen-dosen yang berkompeten di bidangnya, Universitas Andalas juga memiliki fasilitas dan sarana yang modern dan lengkap yang bisa menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan kamu. Mau tahu gimana serunya kegiatan kuliah di Universitas Andalas? Check it out! Universitas Andalas memiliki berbagai program studi pilihan. Selain kuliah, pastinya terdapat banyak kegiatan non-akademis yang akan mendukung bakat dan minatmu. So, you'll be ready to hit the world. Universitas Andalas dibangun sejak tahun 1956 dan menjadi universitas ternama di Pulau Sumatera. Bekerja sama dengan perusahaan profit membuat lulusannya menjadi mudah mencapai impiannya. ngerasa bete di kampus. Itu nggak berlaku di Universitas Andalas, karena Universitas Andalas punya banyak banget tempat-tempat kece. Gimana, seru kan? So, jangan ragu untuk mewujudkan impianmu bersama Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Andalas University is located in Padang City, which is the capital city of West Sumatra, endowed with a beautiful geographical area and religious community. Students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. The university's unique academic structure also promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and allows the faculties to teach across related disciplines. support equal access to higher education, Andalas University provides various scholarship schemes. During their studies, students are involved in character building, reflected in a variety of relevant activities, engaging faculty members and communities. Summed up in the acronym SAJATI, which means patient, empathetic, honest, fair, responsible, and sincere. Interdisciplinary knowledge, in consultation with key industry experts, enables the faculties to develop programs that will better prepare students for working in industry. It has resulted in close industry links being built through strategic alliances with trade associations and key industry partners. Here, the student is not only the dreamer, but also the doer who is proud of making things happen. Andalas University is committed to realizing its vision of becoming a leader in innovation.
tadi dipindah lagi dari room tindakannya.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
In International Conference on Sustainability Science and Development Innovation 2022.
Thank you so much for all presenter that has presentation in parallel session.
And of course, this is the session what we waiting for in this international conference. We will announcement who will be the best presenter in day 1 and also in day 2 of this international conference.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
And of course, Amel, we are so excited to know who will be the best presenter in day 1 and also in day 2. It's room and room 1, room 3, room 2 or room 3, and also in day 2 from room 1 until room 5. So we know who will be the best presenter of this international conference. Let's go, Amel.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the best presenter in day 1 international conference, room 1. Congratulations, Dr. Eka Lestari Mahyuni, SKM MKes from Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Congratulations. The next one, let's go.
Okay, next, room 2. Congratulations for Ardiansyah for Universitas Andalas and Syamsul Bahri from Universitas Andalas.
Let's giving applause for the best presenter from room 2 of day 1.
Okay, the last room 3. Congratulations, Mas Ruri SPMSI from Universitas Andalas.
Congratulations, Mr. Masruri from Universitas Andalas to be the best presenter of room 3. Let's remove the best presenter of day 2 in international conference. From room 1 goes to Muhammad Aswar Limi from Department of Agribusiness Saures, Sulawesi. Congratulations. From room 2, congratulations for Muhdaril Ahda from Universitas Sumatera Utara. From room 3 goes to Wido Prananing Tias from Diponegoro University. Congratulations, Mr. From room 4, congratulations to M. Andriadi Saidi Nasution from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Congratulations. And the last one, the best presenter of day 2 from room 5 in this international conference. Congratulations for Mr. Fajri Adrianto, PhD from Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Andalas. So congratulations for all that best presenter in this international conference. Let's move to the next agenda.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, please welcome our organizing committee, Mrs. Hasna, PhD, to deliver her report speech, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable invited speakers, Dr. Gary Ragma, Dr. Indrajit Hall, Dr. Sari Lenggogeni, Dr. Takamasa Osawa, Dr. David Elijah, Professor Dr. Insinyur Bustanul Arifin MSc, and then Dr. John Glenn P. Snee. The Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Sirwan Effendi, the Director of Graduate Program, Universitas Andalas. All distinguished presenters and participants. At the end of our conference, I would like to thank you on behalf of organizing committee and partners of International Conference on Sustainability Science and Development Innovations held by the graduate program of Universitas Andalas. It's indeed my pleasure to make a few closing remarks and express gratitude to all those who made this event reality. There are few points that I would like to highlight following messages from our conference. The first one, ecotourism is one of gates for increasing economic development post-COVID-19 pandemic, because it involves a lot of subsectors of economy, including hotel, restaurant, creative industry, and so on. As primary sector should be supported well by policy because there is evidence that it was the buffer for the community during the economic drop due to the pandemic. Global collaborations is required in accelerating recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic. The transdisciplinary approach is important to achieve a sustainable development by providing support to local community and involve them to solve their problems. Transdisciplinary research for policy changes shall become examinations and integrated future issues of the transformation to high-value products have significant health and environmental dimensions for future generation. Structuring economic structure is required for migration reversal model that encourage people not to move to urban areas. The last but not least, feasible and sustainable alternative livelihood, adopting agroforestry farming technology, increasing forest protections are some of the strategies to increase productivity of land and farmers' income. I think we had fruitful discussion in the last 2 days. Hopefully, we will also have outcome framework that in line with our term, which is accelerating post-COVID-19 recovery development towards SDG. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you once again to all participants who can attend this event, this conference online or offline. I also would like to apologize for any inconvenience that you may experience during this conference. And then I would like to say goodbye to all of you who will come back to your area or your cities, and then have a safe flights. And then also, hopefully all of us will be in a good health. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of our speech, I would like to thank you once again to everyone who already helped me in organizing this conference. Hopefully next year, all participants and then all invited speakers, we can meet again in other events in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hasna, PhD, for your report in this International Conference on Sustainability, Science and Development Innovation 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you give the best lessons for this international conference. And also to close this conference, let's welcome Professor Dr. Rersor Nursirwan Effendi as Director of Graduate School of Universitas Andalas to deliver speech and so to close this international conference. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, the MCs. So I was in the toilet and then get directly the information that I go to the stage. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also the people who are still high motivation to staying in the venue, and also the people who are still joining also in the online. I see the number is very limited. I see only 25 people or something. I don't know how many people are online. 28, increase for people at the last moment that I saw. Okay. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the people who are highly participating in this international conference. Because of your participation, this international conference has been running very well, and then come to the end of the conference. And in this moment, I, as a director of the Graduate School of Andalas University, of course, my gladness is also similar as you, and then you are also very glad that finally we can organize this international conference from yesterday up to this evening with almost nothing happened that hindered this process of the event. And of course, this is the picture of how the committee led by the Ibu Hasna and also the team have already given all energy and motivation, and then this event can come to the end of this this time. So it is a very important moment for me to talk without paper. So I'm thinking what I want to say, but I'm thinking of what we can share in this last moment of the occurrence of this moment. Of course, we are very glad also that this international conference has been done very well because of the participation of invited speakers. They are from 5 international countries, from Estonia, from Japan, from USA, from Philippines, from Thailand, and also from Indonesia. This represents the international encounter in this moment. Of course, we are very glad with the invited speakers, but frankly speaking, that we have to be admitted by ourselves that this international conference still less in international participants. I think nothing at all. So this is not because of we didn't do any effort to invite participants from all over the world. As we know that this is because of the time, according to my understanding, because the time maybe in this moment, this month, many activities also done by people, academia, all over the world, and then they have no chance to participate in our international conference. We are thinking positively about this situation. And of course, for the future, Graduate School tried to make it better, to invite many academia from all over the world by preparing in more advance of the time. So we are not in limited time to invite people all over the world. And then we have very loose time in order to all over the world know about our activity. By doing this, we hope that many participants from many countries, not only from our country, can participate in that conference. That is our effort for the next international conference. Hopefully we can arrange and we can organize again international conference next year. I hope Bu Hasna and the team are not how do you call it in English? Kapok. You are not kapok to support our school to organize this kind of international conference, because as academicians, we are very competent to do something like this regularly, not only once a time and then disappear. We have to come up with this kind of moment, this kind of activities regularly every year. As you know that our school has vision for the next year, try to get international recognition. And by doing international conference, it's one of some efforts that we can recognize ourselves at the international level. Because of this, we can be proud of ourselves in the future that we are also part of the global society in terms of academic activities. As you know, it is not easy organizing this kind of international conference. I know that our school still has limited number of people who can help. And also we have still limited capacity to do the bigger international events like this. But don't worry about the number, but worry about who can participate in this international conference. No matter the number of the people that participate, but the important thing that the people are concerned with our invitation to join. That is the most important thing, because the issue of the sustainability, science and development innovation is still hot issue. I think it's still, let's say, sexy issue, international level, because the development itself is never ending process of human life. Indonesia also still going on to the level of international level of quality of development, even after the COVID-19. Because you know, after 2 years at least, we faced with the COVID-19 disaster, many countries have problem with development process. Some of them are even stagnant position. It is not good for the sustainability of development of this related country. So Indonesia is also one of countries in the world facing this kind of situation. And we, as the postgraduate school, Graduate School of Andalas University, has also concern to make this situation better by doing this international conference. By means of this international conference means that we can exchange our ideas among participants from different countries and different universities in Indonesia. So in relation to the in relation to various universities participating in our international conference, we have to be glad, because I see from the list of the participants in this international conference, the universities are very various. I suppose before that, because of the limited time of information or limited time of dissemination of our international conference, I was a little bit worried about the variety of the participants. I suppose that our participants mostly from Andalas University, but actually it is quite balanced, because we have participants from our neighbors in Sumatra, from North Sumatra, from USU, yeah, from Unimed, and from Shah Kuala also, from Lampung, I see. Yeah, in Sumatra, it's from Lampung. We have participant from Lampung University. I think, yeah. I don't know. Maybe somebody can make me correct if I'm mistaken. And from Java universities, in the area of Java Islands University, we see that Universitas Diponegoro, and then also from Universitas Negeri Malang, and also from Sulawesi, from the middle Sulawesi, from Universitas Tadulako, from the, he's still here. So we applause to Pak Yudi, yeah. He's from Tadulako, still join us up to this moment at this venue. I appreciate for your attendance in this international conference. And also, what I'm glad of this international conference is also the participant from the students. Many postgraduate students of Andalas University have also participated. And then also this is the picture of the enthusiasm of the students joining in this kind of international conference. Even though the number is still limited, but I'm still optimistic that in the future, many students are also interested in joining in this kind of international conference at the Graduate School of Andalas University. So let us doing better in the future for the international conference, and also trying to get as many as possible people who are participating. But from me myself, the number is not a big bother for me, because the important thing of the academic activity like this is talking about the discussion. Talking about the discussion. There's nothing at all if we have hundreds of maybe thousands of participants coming in this kind of activity, academic activity, but no discussion as much as possible that we expected. It is very sad, actually. It's better talking about the number and talking about the high quality of discussion. As far as I know, and I observe from the first day until today, especially at the plenary session, we have to make a big effort, Bu Hasna, and also the friends from Andalas Graduate School, to improve our activity in discussion, rather than sitting, looking, and listening. It is not useful for us as academic people. So in the future, better we have let's say we have limited number, but high number of discussion or discussing people, rather than big number but limited discussion. This is not the picture of the academic activity, actually, according to my understanding. So let us making a kind of academic culture better than before. Because doing like this international conference by using multidisciplinary approach, it is not quite easy, because we cannot understand directly what the presentation presented from a particular presenter if she or he he presented something that we are not concerned with. We don't understand what he or she said or he presented. Because what? Because we are now living in a group of interdisciplinary approach, but we don't care about, or we don't concern with other discipline. This is, of course, the challenge. If we are sitting together, we get together into disciplinary people, academic background people, because we are different science educational or scientific background, but we are sitting in the same room. The most challenging effort that we have to do is trying to understand other people with different academic background to make the discussion. But if this process are not happening, not occurring in that moment, our attendance would be, let's say, like a useless event, because no discussion, because of we are not concerned with, but also we are not interested in other people talking about something different from our academic or our scientific background. So this is the challenge of interdisciplinary. So we have to capture, we have to adopt also another activity, another academic background of other people in order to make a discussion in that moment. So this is still, I think, one of homework that we can do for the future in order international conference based on interdisciplinary approach more fruitful than before. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, and also invited speaker, I hope there are still, some of them, they are still joining us, but I'm not quite sure that they are still online. Let's say we talk among us. At the end of my speech, as a concluding process of this international conference, I would say that we have to make this kind of international conference wherever we are or whatever we are doing to any particular institution, academic institution. We have to do something some more fruitful, that is discussion. The number or any kind of subject is nothing if there is no discussion during the conference. I know that discussion not only orally, but also writing. I hope this both discussion can be do at the same time for the future. Why I say this? Because I'm very concerned about the quality of any academic activity. That is the main point. Not only that we can do or we can organize this kind of international conference. Yes, organizing this international conference is not the small one. This is the big deal. But the big deal should be also balanced by the content of the encounter, such this academic activity. I hope you can, let's say, you can get my point. And of course, in this moment, I'm not degrading your effort to make this international conference possible. Even I give a highly gratitude and appreciation for you all, especially for the committee who has hard work and make this international conference possible. So give applause, big applause to the committee led by Bu Asna. Thank you very much for your attention, all your support, and then all your energy. And also I know that some of our committee has broken, getting ill because of very tired, and then lose energy because of high motivation to give the all capacity to make this international conference successful and fruitful and valuable. So I give also the high appreciate and gratitude for these people who have given all effort to make this international conference qualified. But still, as an academic institution, we have to be proud of whatever we done. So this is the international conference, whatever it is, we have to be proud of it, because based on this, our proudness, we can continue, we can make movement for the better activity in the future. I hope we can still get together, we can still collaborate to each other, because Graduate School of Andalus University consists of many people from different faculties and different educational background and different disciplines. So get together, come to collaborate with each other is the key of the success of the activity of Graduate School of Andalus University. I think that's all that I can share at the end of the International Conference of Graduate School Andalus University, and I hope we can get any fruitful thing that we process from the beginning, from the one day to the second day, and now the last of the international conference. Thank you very much for all you that have been given your energy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. By saying Alhamdulillah, close officially this international conference on sustainability science and development innovation organized by Graduate School Andalus University. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Let's give an applause for our International Conference on Sustainability Science and Development Innovation 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our international conference. We would like to say thank you very much for all distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, distinguished lecturer, and all participants. Also, thank you so much for all invited speakers from first day and now of your contribution and dedication. We hope you enjoy and pleased to join this event.
And the last but not least, thank you so much for our Director of Graduate School, Professor Nur Syirwan.
We shoot first camera for Professor Nur Syirwan. Please to take the picture of Professor Nur Syirwan first. Shoot first.
Okay.
Right, that one, our professor, our Director of Graduate School. Thank you so much for our Director of Graduate School.
Yeah, and also thank you, Mrs. Hasta, PhD, as the leader of committee.
Yes, wave a hand for all that participant that has joined us virtually.
And of course, all organizing committee, team from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Andalas, thank you for the dedication.
Let's give an applause for all organizing committee from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Andalas.
So I am Amelia Fortuna.
I am Rizky Junandosandi. Have to say goodbye and see you in the International Conference on Sustainability Science and Development Innovation 2023. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Universitas Andalas untuk kejayaan bangsa. So the next one, let's take a photo stations. For this international conference, we invite all of participants, Director of Graduate School, and also our organizing committee.
Ya, baik kepada Bapak Ibu semua, Bapak Ibu panitia, tamu undangan yang berada di dalam ballroom ini. Sebelum pulang kita berfoto bersama dulu Bapak Ibu semuanya. Alhamdulillah kita telah menyelesaikan international conference selama 2 hari. Dan kali ini kita akan mengadakan foto bersama dulu. Sekali lagi kami mengundang Bapak Ibu panitia dan seluruh tamu undangan yang saat ini hadir di ballroom. Silakan untuk bergabung berfoto bersama.
Benar sekali, dan juga foto bersama ini merupakan wujud dari apresiasi dan juga congratulations for all organizing committee that sukses untuk melaksanakan international conference. Baik, kami undang semua Bapak Ibu, baik Bapak Ibu panitia, seluruh partisipan, presenter, dan audiences yang hadir di ballroom ini agar kita dapat berfoto bersama the photo sessions.
Baik, sekali lagi Bapak Ibu semua kami mengundang teman-teman mahasiswa, panitia, seluruh tim yang bertugas hari ini, mari kita berfoto bersama.
Ya, dan pastinya MC juga tidak mau kalah eksis.
Ya,
Mohon
harus.
masuk ke sebelah
Baik,
sana,
baik,
MC.
baik,
Ya. cuy. Setelah seluruh presenter, kami juga mengharapkan untuk bergabung ke atas stage dan kita dapat berfoto bersama.
Baik, teman-teman kreatif juga. Kak, kita berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu.
Silakan. Ya. Yang di depan juga boleh. Nah, baik. Seperti biasanya, gaya formal dulu Bapak Ibu, boleh kita gaya formal menghadap ke kamera, berikan senyum terbaik untuk internasional konferensi ini. Dan kami mengundang juga Yunati, boleh bergabung.
Baik Bapak Ibu semua, foto pertama kita formal terlebih dahulu ya. Semua tangan di bawah, kita foto formal dulu. Baik, mohon bantuannya tim fotografer. Dalam hitungan 3, oke. Baik.
Bergabung Bapak Fuadi. Bapak Fuadi, let's go to join us.
Oke, kita gaya bebas. Berikan senyum terbaik hari ini.
Boleh jempolnya Bapak Ibu, jempolnya. Kalau kita bilang 3, 2, 1, sukses. 3, 2, 1, sukses. Baik, mari kita beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk International Konferensi langsung dari Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Andalas.